Alrighty, how's everyone doing? Howdy, howdy. Before I started the stream, there was a a little bit of a technical issue. I booted up the game like normal, and then I just got an error screen that just said there was an error. Hold the power button to turn off, and I was like, oh no, what happened? Did my system get bricked? But no, I fixed it. I hope. So far, we're good. All I do is remove the cartridge and just kind of give it like a little like blue in the slot a little bit, kind of like you do with the Game Boy games. And it worked perfectly, so don't tell me the science doesn't work because it's there. This is the science. Okay, let's switch over. There we go. Actually gonna move this. And once again, I forgot to grab my Twitch. Whoops. Forgot to grab my Twitch chat. It'd be great if I could stop right-clicking. Like, entirely. That'd be great. Love it. There we go. If anyone knows how to fix the mouse issue where when you just left-click, you right-click, please tell me. Because this thing has been plaguing me for so long. Yeah, we're here for Safari Week. It's gonna be great. I don't have any counters up, so I have no idea how many encounters we've had. It's been a lot. But the last 2 times I've done hunts, it's only been for like a couple hours. But I fully plan. I know I probably saved the last time, but I'm gonna save again, just in case. And now, we continue. Aw man, $500. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna hunt. At all. But I'm here, I'm just gonna do this. I also don't know what the spawns are for the day, other than Tangela. Yeah, we'll see. I don't have any specific Pokemon that I'm trying to hunt for. Also just because I'm going full odds. But I think it'd be really fun to get a Tangela, because I like Tangela shiny. Maybe a Krogunk. That'd be pretty cool. Wooper. Wooper would also be really cool to get. How's everyone's Safari Week going, if you are participating? If not, have you caught any shinies? Bug. So the stream is starting a little bit late, but I do plan on streaming for quite a while today. However, it started late because I was waiting for a package to arrive in the mail. And that package is in fact a Pokeball controller, which I've been wanting to get one for a while. But this one's very special because it in fact does still have Mew in it. I found someone on Facebook Marketplace who had one, and I was like, how much is it? And it was, I think it was like 40 bucks. It was nothing. Because all of the rest of them that come in their box and stuff, they're all just like, hey, we want like $200 for this thing. I'm like, that's dumb for a controller that isn't really even that good. You're basically just charging $200 from you at that point. But yeah. But it arrived in the mail, and I tested it and made sure, and it does in fact have Mew in it. So I'll move that over to my Pokemon Let's Go Eevee game the next time I play there for my shiny living dex. But for now, we game. I'm excited to potentially get some shinies today, hopefully. At least one, that'd be great. I'm also talking to someone about getting a 3DS from them. A new 3DS, but it's a special edition one that I've been wanting to get. I have not heard back from her yet, which is unfortunate because it's a really good price. Like for what it is insanely cheap compared to what other people are selling it for. I'm just like, I need it. And it comes in the box with all of its paperwork and all that stuff, which is even better. Yeah. So that might be a thing at some point. Whooper. I think a shiny Quagsire would be great. I love Quagsire. I kind of actually hope that it isn't a shiny Tangela, just based on the fact that Tangela was such a hard Pokemon to catch yesterday. Like, anytime I threw a ball at it, it was either no shakes or maybe one shake. And then we finally caught one. And don't even get me started on, like, throwing bait and stuff, which was a complete sham. Because it just ate and ran away. Like, okay, you're just using me for my food. Which is fair. I think next year I'm going to try to do Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Because I'll probably have played through the game at that point. Or maybe I'll try to do like Crystal or something. I'd have to do the post game though. Tangela. There are no thoughts behind the barrel's eyes. It's just barrel. All it is barrel. She's back. Y'all, I also went to have lunch earlier. I went to McDonald's. And like I usually do whenever I go to McDonald's, I like to order through the app so I can get some discounts. The McDonald's app is probably one of the worst apps I've ever had. Ever. This thing was so bad. It's like anytime that you disconnect from Wi-Fi to do your order and whatnot, because you know you have to drive to the location, the app freaks out. And also it's hot out right now. So that also has a thing where it like heats up my phone. But it was just like, hey, we're having technical issues. And then it crashed right as I was trying to put in like, hey, I'm here. Here's the spot that I'm parked in. And it just crashed. And then I reloaded it. It logged me out of my account. I logged back in and then it didn't show my order. I was like, huh. Well, and I was just about to like go to the drive-thru, be like, hey, I ordered food and my app crashed and now it won't show it, but this is what I ordered. Do you guys still have it? But someone was running the food out to me. Thank God. But I waited for like 30 minutes for my food. I was like, that app is so bad. Like, it wasn't the server's fault or anything. It was just the app. The app was just messing up. Because sometimes it works and it's really good. So that's why I still have it. I was gonna say, I kind of wish that they would just like send you coupons in the mail, or, you know, I don't know, something like that. Have like a coupon book there at the store. They could just like use one of the coupons. And then I was like, you know, I'm too used to cutting coupons from the newspaper like we used to back in the day. I'm too used to that. I want to go back to those days. And I was like, ooh, no. No, thank you. Although I do have a lot of like good memories of cutting coupons with my mom and my grandma. Also, y'all, another thing that I ordered finally showed up, and I'm gonna have to show pictures of it on Discord, because I don't have a face cam or anything. So I'm gonna have to post it in Discord, but I'm so happy that it showed up. So I'll post those later. But I'm very excited. I'm also very happy that I didn't accidentally break it while I was trying to assemble it. Because if I had, I would have cried. I would have been so upset. Lil whoop. Lil whoop. Hopefully we don't have technical issues where the audio just dies. I don't know why it was doing that. Maybe my driver needs updated. I don't know. I'm hoping that it isn't like an internal issue in my DS. Because my capture card has not been giving me issues. So I really hope that it's fine. Quagsire is just a cool, derpy guy. I love him. He's just a guy. Love him. Also, y'all, we are about 7 followers away from reaching the 50 follower mark, which is great. And at 50 followers, I have the goal for the channel to do a shiny Celebi hunt in Crystal, which means I will have to get back to my playthrough of Crystal, which I was planning on doing anyway after I finish with Safari Week. I'm excited. I'm really enjoying Crystal and Gen 2 in general. I'm very excited to get back into it. And y'all, I'll be here almost all day, which is gonna be great. Because I don't have D&D tonight. So yeah. which means more Pokemon. How's everyone doing today? How's everyone's Thursday? I don't expect it to be like super busy today because it's still Thursday and people are working and stuff. But, you know, it's still a good day. I'm hoping to stream a good portion of tomorrow as well. Unfortunately not Saturday or Sunday because work, but Monday through Wednesday and then also Thursday because it's a holiday. I should be free to stream those days as well. That'll be fun. Because I should be back on a normal schedule next week. Which weekdays 3 to 7, so I should be able to stream after 7 on those days. Should be great. Hold on, chat. I'm gonna go check on my mom's dog real quick. Alrighty, I'm back. This dog. Apparently she has like a kidney or like a liver thing going on. And so we're just like having to keep an eye on her for when she needs to go to the bathroom and whatnot. So I thought she was needing to go to the bathroom. She was making noise. Turns out she was just trying to get on the couch. I'm like, no, get off. That is not for you. You have a bed. Like, you are not allowed on the couch. Y'all, I'm excited to get Mew off of my Pokeball Plus thing. Now here's the thing. Part of me is just like, hey, should I keep Mew in there? Because I don't honestly think I'm going to be using the Pokeball Plus for anything. I might take it on the go with me on like my days off when I'm just walking around and stuff. But I also have my actually no, I don't think I can put any Pokemon in my Go Plus Plus. Yeah, I don't think I could put a Pokemon in my Go Plus Plus. I don't remember. So I might keep it. It does seem a little dirty. So I might, you know, dust it off a little bit. But I am excited to have this Mew. So. And it'll be one of the only Mew that is linked to my trainer ID, which is going to be great. Because you can get the Mew from Pogo, But at this point, I don't even really count Pogo as like a real Pokemon game. It is, don't get me wrong, but I don't really count it, especially when I can like farm shinies and stuff on that. I'm like, that's great and all, and it's like, it's a fun game to play on the go. Get it. But at the same time, I'm like, I'd rather play the main series games, you know? I'm not really a mobile game person. I used to be when I was a kid. When I was much younger, I would play stuff like Temple Run, Rat on a Scooter, Cows in Space, Angry Birds, all the classic ones. I do still have Flappy Bird though. Flappy Bird is fun. What's everyone's favorite like mobile game? Mine used to be Tap Tap Revenge. I loved that game. Back when I first got my iPod, I downloaded it and I played the crap out of it, and that was basically just how I got new music. I wouldn't even play the game half the time. I would just like listen to new music that I thought was cool. Yeah, Tap Tap was great. And I wasn't really a big rhythm game fan. Because, like, I've never played Guitar Hero or anything like that. But I lost my rhythm there for a second. Speaking of not playing rhythm games, another little looper. Tangela. You know, just for fun, I'll just see if I can catch one. Maybe get one with a different nature. Nope, not even close. Tangela is... Alright, Tangela is still a bitch to catch. Quagsire. Another quag. Part of me wonders if I should ever do like a Pogo stream. I'm not really an on-the-go streamer though. But I might. I thought about honestly for YouTube doing like a Pokemon Go starting out video series of just like for people who are brand new to the game, just kind of like learning how to play the game. But at this point, I think everyone knows how Pogo works. It's kind of self-explanatory. But it might be like a fun little thing to do like shorts on. Because it's already in like short format, so it might as well. Are YouTube Shorts still like a good way to get, I don't know, get channel views and stuff? And get people interacting with your channel? I do not know. I've never used YouTube Shorts. I've watched a few, but I haven't really used them. I tried to make one of a save file that I found, but it didn't work out. It was too long. I was like, I thought you could go up to like a minute long. Nope. Or actually, no, I think it is just at a minute that you can upload. I was like, I've seen YouTube Shorts that were much longer than a minute long. Now maybe it's like once you reach a certain view count or subscriber count, then you can upload longer ones, but I was like, I don't think that's correct. I don't know. YouTube's algorithm changes so much and so often that it's kind of hard to keep up with, especially for someone who isn't like actively posting all the time. Run away! I think, what day was it? It was like Tuesday, right? Was my last stream. Tuesday, I went on like kind of a rant, not like an angry rant or anything, but I went on kind of like a tangent about filmmaking and just having like a passionate rant about it. I was just like about how much I enjoyed it and how much fun it was. That was a fun day. I didn't stream for very long. I think it was like maybe 2 hours long, but I was just like, you know, I really enjoyed talking about filmmaking. Because video editing is basically my passion, my thing. Whooper. I wonder if we'll find any shinies today. I will definitely be streaming for longer than 2 hours, so there is a higher chance. But we'll see. I wanted to start streaming at like 8 in the morning and just be like, all right, guys, we're ready. Let's do it. And no, I was just like, nah, I'm gonna sit here for a little bit, recuperate from sleeping, and also drink like a crap ton of water. Hey, Kiki, what's up? How goes the building of the Wormpole army? It's going good. Nice. We are still on the hunt. Also, 7 followers away from the big 50, which is great. I'm excited. Little whoop. Go. Have you beaten Arceus yet? Or are you still perfecting the Pokédex? There we go. I had to get some more Pokemon to perfect Pokédex entries. Nice. Hell yeah. See, hearing you talk about Legends Arceus and then watching a couple of my friends play it, I'm just like, I really want to get back into playing it, or like sort of restart my game. I kind of want to restart my game, but move all my shinies up first. Just because, like, the game itself, like all the endings and like the ending and all that stuff has been spoiled for me, so it's not like it's gonna be new. But let's see, what was the last thing I did? I think I got to the the marshland. I think that was it. I think that was the last thing I did. Was I got to the marshland. I tried hunting a shiny there, because the thing kept going off, but I couldn't find it, and it was on like a ledge above me, and it just kept spawning over and over again. And I was just like, where is this thing? I can't even climb up there to get it. It was an unfortunate happening. Barrel. I'm also looking at potentially getting either another Wii or, because here's the thing, I want to get a Wii that I have homebrewed, because I would love to homebrew a Wii, and it takes like 30 seconds to do it. It's not that long, as long as it can connect to the internet, and I don't think mine can currently. But either get a new Wii to do that, and then just have one that's jailbroken, one that's, or not jailbroken, one that's homebrewed and one not homebrewed, or just try to figure out how to homebrew mine, because I think that'd be great. Because I'm looking at potentially getting a Japanese copy of Pokemon Colosseum, and I would love to be able to just have the game in my Wii, but then also it just automatically translate it to English for me. I don't know if there's an application that does that, or it just kind of scans the text and just translates it for me, because I don't want to hold up a Google Lens and like translate it as I'm playing, you know? I don't know if that's a thing, but because I kind of want that, I want the Celebi, you know? I also need to get the bonus disc so I can get Jirachi. but that won't come until much later. Oh, these pets are gonna drive me up the wall. Hold on, my cat's screaming at me. I gotta go deal with this shit. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully that's the last distraction that these damn animals put me through. So there we go. Just like I'm trying to work here. I love my cat, but every time he screams at me because he wants me to do something for him that he can easily do himself, I'm gonna strangle him. I'm not going to, but you know, sometimes I want. There's some days. How funny would it be if Munchlax spawned in the Great Marsh? I know it doesn't, because it only does the trees, the honey trees. How funny would that be? Be like, yes, I'm going for my favorite Pokemon. Let's go. Yamma. He's just a dude. He's just a guy. Find some more Munchlax. Noise! Boy! Little guy. Found like 5? Nice. That's awesome. I wish I had just an entire party of Munchlax. There's actually a video I was thinking about doing where it's like, can I beat the Elite Four with just like all Snorlax? With obviously like a different moveset for each one, but I think that'd be really funny. Fed one till I got it up to 20 times fed, then caught him, so now he's fat. Hell yeah. We love our big boys here. Ultra love to the big boys. I just love that it's like one of like 2 main personalities that Munchlax / Snorlax has. Actually 3. They eat, they sleep, and they're fat. And I'm like, you know, this is all I need in life. Someone told me I should try to beat Pokemon Legends Arceus with just my Alpha Wurmples. That'd be kind of funny. That'd be really funny. Just take Alpha Wurmple into like the final fight. Like, just roll up, which is an army of worms. Like, guess what? You're the god of time and you're the god of space. Well, guess what? I have giant wormples. Now imagine if they were all shiny. All shiny alpha wormples. Volo won't know what hit him. Absolutely. Volo's gonna get bent. The whoop. I honestly do kind of want to get back into playing Legends Arceus. Maybe I'll just continue my save file and just like actually try to beat the game. I just watched too many people do the quelling of the different like guardian beasts or whatever they are. I just watched them do a lot of that, and I was like, this seems like it's a little too challenging for me. So I don't know if I'm going to enjoy this game, but I could probably do it. The only ones that are kind of hard, at least for me, are Arcanine and Electrode. I could see Electrode being really, really hard because doesn't Electrode like explode constantly? Or summon a bunch of things that explode? I don't remember. Yeah, and then I think I saw Arcanine getting fought once. And it was very, much. It was just a lot. I was just like, I can't. But also, I'm watching people play through Sword and Shield again for like a story thing that they're doing. And then sometimes people are doing it for the first time. I'm like, oh, I really want to play Sword and Shield again. I'm not gonna lie, he has a bunch of Voltorbs that explode. That's the worst, especially if one ends up being shiny. I actually don't know if any can be shiny in that case, but they can't? Good. Because those, you can't catch those, can you? They're uncatchable. They're like the catch tutorial Pokemon. That is unfortunate. But I'm glad they're shiny locked. Because that would suck. Barrel. I'm sure I have, but I don't remember if I got the shiny Ponyta or not. Basically Pokemon Elden Ring. Yeah, I haven't played Elden Ring yet. My best friend loves it because he loves Souls games, and he wants me to play it and wants me to get it. And so I'm thinking about getting it, but I want to see if they have like a combo pack where you can get the game and the new DLC that just came out. Because I don't want to buy the game and then buy the DLC separately. Just gotta do a lot of dodging, right? It'll be like Dragon Ball Z Abridged, where it's like, why didn't you dodge? Why didn't you dodge? I love that series so much. The abridged anime shows that I watch, I think are better than the original anime. So like one of my favorite anime to watch, and I know a lot of people hate it, is Sword Art Online. I mainly like it just because the story is pretty decent, and it was one of my first anime that I ever watched, and I watched it with my best friend. And so I watched the abridged, and oh my gosh, the abridged is incredible. But when I got to Dragon Ball Z abridged, I watched that first because my best friend showed it to me, and I was like, because I told him, I was like, I'm not really a Dragon Ball fan, and he grew up watching Dragon Ball. I did not. And so he's like, oh, you gotta watch this with me at least. And I was like, okay, I'll watch it because it sounds funny. And it was hilarious. And I love Dragon Ball Z abridged. I tried watching DBZ because I think like the first season was free on the Xbox. So I watched it and I was like, I hate this. I do not like this at all. Gohan is like a whiny little bitch and cries all the time. Granted, he's like 5, so understandable. But I hate it. None of the voices are right. Because I made the mistake of watching the abridged first. I was like, you know? Like, I could probably appreciate it more now. And I would genuinely give it a good watch through. There's just so much of it. It's not as bad as One Piece, I've heard. With how many episodes there are, but oh boy. Because aren't there like over 1,000 episodes of One Piece? I'm like, damn, I can barely make it through one season of Fairy Tail. I'm like, I like Fairy Tail, but oh my gosh. I need to get back into watching the Pokemon anime as well, because I'm not up to date with any of the new episodes. Actually, I may have watched all that they put out in English, and then I was just like, okay, that's it. So I guess I have to wait. I guess I gotta wait for more episodes to drop. What I really hope they do is that when they release new seasons or whatever, that they don't do what they did previously with the Horizons episodes, because they split Horizons into like 3 separate shows instead of 3 separate seasons. Or no, it was like no, it wasn't Horizons, it was Journeys. They split it into 3 separate seasons, and I was like, or 3 separate shows. I was like, could we please not? This is way too confusing. Because there's like 5 episodes in one, and then like 15 episodes in another, and then like only 4 episodes in that. It's so stupid. I was like, could we just keep it all as Pokemon Journeys? Instead of Pokemon Journeys Master Quest, and then Pokemon Journeys like the finale or whatever. I'm like, I'm all for, like, if you want to split your show up into like 3 separate shows, that's fine. Just don't call them all the same thing. I have to admit, I've never seen One Piece. Me neither. My friends tell me about One Piece all the time, and I've heard of it. I know nothing about it, and I don't want to watch it. Simply because if I enjoy it, that's going to be the only thing I watch for the rest of eternity until I finish the show. And I don't want to do that, because I have other shows I want to watch. Like Yellowstone is finally coming back. I can't wait for that. I need my boy Rip. And of course, watching through Supernatural again for like the millionth time, but with the intent of actually finishing the show. Despite the fact that as the show keeps going, it turns into hot garbage. Supernatural, or as I like to call it, Bible fan fiction. which makes it even more funny to me. Supernatural is really good. Like the first season, I love the first season so much. Yeah, I heard a lot of people complained about the end. Like it was like poorly written, it wasn't well executed. It just like didn't make sense. Also, while I love the show, or up to a certain point in the show, I will never forgive the writers for what they did to my favorite character. Never. He deserved so much better. And I will never forgive them. Every time I watch his story arc, I just cry. Because I know it's going to happen, and I just feel so bad for him. I'm like, if he was in real life, like if that character was in real life, I would befriend him and never let him go. People were comparing it to Game of Thrones. Ooh. As worse or better? Here's my fave. Benny. Benny is my fave. I love Benny so much. It was worse than Game of Thrones? Ooh, that's rough. Because isn't Game of Thrones like famous for having one of the worst TV endings in all of history? I guess probably not in history, because Lost exists. I think Lost is like where the bar is set for the worst shows. But Game of Thrones was really rough. Like really bad. Like my entire family started watching Game of Thrones. And we finished the show all together. And we were so mad. Lost ending was so bad. It really was. Lost ending was one of the worst shows I've ever seen. Every time I'm like, hey, if you're gonna watch the show Lost, watch up until season 2, maybe 3, and then stop watching it. That is all you need. Because after that, it gets kind of weird. It has the same energy as, and somehow Palpatine returned. I'm just like, this is just bad writing. I'm not a professional writer by any stretch of the word, but I've been writing stories since I was like 5. I'm like, I know what good writing is. But yeah, I'll never forgive the writers for what they did to Benny. I love him with my entire being. He is my good bean. One of the directors did a panel for Supernatural, and he said something about if you thought Game of Thrones was bad, just wait. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. See, even if the directors know, I'm like, just change your writing. Just change it. It doesn't have, you're not trying to compete to be the worst, you know? Like, it's not a competition. Believe it or not, your show does not have to be worse or comparable to Game of Thrones. That is like not good goals to have for being a director for a show. Now, I get it if it was like your first show you ever did. Me still salty about the Game of Thrones ending. Same. I love the memes that came out of it though. Dany deserved better. She did. I really hate how a bunch of the characters had a certain personality. They had certain personality traits and they had like very good character growth. And then when they got to like the second to last season, they kind of flipped. And they just became like worse, like the worst versions of themselves that they could be. And then the last season was just dog water. It was the worst. Like Dany had the potential to be one of the best leaders and best rulers in all of like the entire world there, in all of Westeros, and just went insane. I'm like, I get it. I would go insane too if I had to deal with stupid idiot people. But I get that they're trying to lean into the whole, well, she's the daughter of the Mad King. She, she might be tempted to start going down the same path. I'm like, no. That was like a thing with her for so long. Like throughout the entire series, she's like, I am not my father. I'm not going to be like my father. This is how I rule. I'm not going to be that way. And Cersei can just go and suck all the dicks. I hate Cersei, which I think is like the main goal. Like, I think they wanted you to hate her. I did sympathize with her a little bit at certain times in the show. I did sympathize with her, and like the way they treated her in the shame scene, I was like, okay, that's way too far. Like, I get it if you don't like the person. And like, obviously she's a horrible person and terrible and should not be allowed to be a ruler. But like, probably shouldn't go that far. Like, no one should have to go through that. Like, even Cersei. Like, I hate her, but I can still be compassionate for someone I hate. You know? And I just felt bad for Tommen and what was the princess's name? Marcella. I felt so bad for them. Like, they were the most normal out of the Lannister kids. I felt so bad for them. I'm sad because in the books, the Fire Wolves are still alive except Grey Wind. Oh, the Dire Wolves are still alive except Grey Wind. But no, the show had to kill almost all of them, right? Wasn't Lemuria the only one that lived? I think Lemuria was the only one that... Oh, and then, what was the name? Shadow? No, not Shadow. Ghost. Yeah, Ghost. Because Ghost got to go and live his best life. And he was just, like, the best boy. I did really like Ghost. But, like, Shaggy Dog? Like, come on. Shaggy Dog did not deserve that death. And then, I understand Grey Wind dying. I understand that one. Because it makes sense for the Red Wedding. It makes sense. But at the same time, and then poor Lady being the first one to go, that was so dirty. They just did Lady dirty. That poor dire wolf. See, I really wanted Arya to like march into Winterfell riding Lemuria and like leading a pack of wolves and just take over King's Landing with with the pack of wolves. Like, that would have been cool. I mean, they were already essentially making Arya a little OP, but I'm like, I mean, might as well lean into it, right? But I will say, with them trying to make Arya a little OP, I did like that they still made her, they like kind of humbled her a little when it came to the what was it, the Nightwalker fights, White Walker fights, not Nightwalker. Oh my gosh. And now I'm watching House of the Dragon. See, that's the thing. My mom and I started watching House of the Dragon, and we finished the first episode and we were like, nah, we don't really want to watch this anymore. Because I was like, it has the potential to be good, but it's Game of Thrones, and I don't want to risk being disappointed like I did with the Game of Thrones show. And I mean, essentially we already know what happens to all of the oh my gosh, why do I not remember the names? The dragon people. So far, they're going along with the book. Good. Good. But that's how the show was going for a while too, and then they got past the book and they were like, well, we're just gonna make stuff up. Sorry, George R. R. Martin. George R. R. Martin. It's we're just gonna make up stuff. It basically turned into Game of Thrones fan fiction at that point. There was a lot of fan service, but then a lot of like just ignoring the fans. I'm just like, ooh, too far. Which, if they're comparing the last season or like the ending of Supernatural to Game of Thrones, now I really don't want to finish it. I'll just get past the Benny arc, cry, and then never watch it again. I don't know. I kind of want to watch it all the way through just to say that I have seen all of it so I can give it a fair assessment. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know, man. The first season of not Game of Thrones, the first season of Supernatural was so good. It was so good. Like, I've told my mom this before. I was like, I really like the first season because they went out and fought monsters. I really like that. They were monster hunters. That's what I liked. But then when it just turned essentially all into like demons and then occasionally monster hunting, I was like, okay, I get it, but still. If we had just kept it a monster hunter show with like occasional like demon stuff, because that's Supernatural, that would have been fine. That would have been fine. But I feel like they couldn't have gone as long as they did with the show. It couldn't have been a long-running show if they did that. So I see why they took that direction, because there was like more to explore and stuff. But I'm like, there's really like two things you can do with demons. That's pretty much it. Yeah, they fight God, right? I heard about that too. When I first heard a friend tell me about that, I was like, oh, they did, huh? How did that go? Apparently well, I guess. Like, yeah, we're gonna lock God away. It'll be great. I'm like, okay. Good luck with that, buddy. Just, physically trying to do battle with, the most powerful deity. But, you do you, boo-boo. You do you. That's why I was like, okay, I have to look at this as Bible fan fiction, because I can't take it seriously. I mean, it is for entertainment. It is entertainment at the end of the day. And like, even when you think about it from like, let's say a D&D point of view, if you're a D&D party at like, let's say level 6, I mean, hell, even level 12, you're not going to survive very long fighting a god. Like, that's just a rule of thumb. Like level 8, I would say level 17 to 9, like 17 to 20. That's when you probably want to throw the god fighting at them. Or at least like a primordial or a titan or something. But like, it doesn't make sense to me at all if gods are being fought and stuff like this. And people are just like, we're the underdogs, we're mortals, it'll be fine. We'll fight God. Or we'll fight the gods, or whatever. We'll challenge it. Why not? Fight the man. I'm like, y'all are stupid. Like, there comes a point when you're like, how defiant can you actually be? Like, logically, where does it stop and make sense? The head god 2.0, aka Lucifer's son. I mean, there you go. They had a buff. Yeah, like, okay. Like, this show had so much potential, and now it just sounds hilarious to me. I'm just like, okay. Okay, sure. Why not? I saw someone kind of giving a summary. I think they were drunk when they were giving the summary, but it was like a drunk summary of like the Castiel Dean relationship thing at the end. He didn't really fight more than just suck the god's power. Oh, so he was just a glorified like holy sponge. Cool. Good to know. So basically he was like what's that one character from X-Men, Leech, who like essentially like disables people's mutants' powers so that they just basically just turn into like a human and disables their powers. That was basically what he did with God. Then they left God immortal. Okay. Didn't he already do that as Jesus? Like, I don't know. Wait, does Jesus exist in Supernatural? Like, does the whole like Jesus arc of from the Bible exist in Super? I don't know. Supernatural is just kind of a weird enigma. You don't think so? Okay, that makes sense then, I guess. But this guy was giving a summary of it, and it was just like Cass was like, "I love you, Dean," and then these are his words. He was like, "Cass says I love you," and they get sent to like mega hell. I was like, "What the fuck is mega hell?" But they had Cass tell Dean, "I love you," and then boom, dead. Right? Mega hell. It's like hell, but way worse. You could say mega worse. I don't know. I mean, it sounds funny, but I'm like, I get it if it's like, if I was a fan for as long as some fans have been of this show, and then waited for as long as they waited for the final season to come out and all that stuff, only to be disappointed with like some of their favorite characters getting, you know, mega held, or, you know, ships not happening because people are crazy for shipping. It's called The Nothing, and it's basically just a void. Yo, honestly, send me there. I can sleep for so long with peace. But yeah, that sounds crazy. Like just being banished to a realm of just nothingness. Crazy. And then didn't they have like a second show? I don't know if it's still going. But didn't they have the second show where it was all about the mom and dad? About John and whatever the mom's name was. When they were like first getting together. And she was a monster hunter, or she was a hunter and he was just a normie. Which they kind of touched on a little bit in the show itself. And then Dean just like time travels or something. I don't know. I'm just like, at this point, look, if you defeat like the most powerful being known to mankind, and you are like best friends with like the person who takes his place as the most powerful being of all time, bring back all your dead loved ones. Just bring them back. Bring Bobby back. Bring John back, bring the mom back, except the mom was back for a while. I don't know if she stayed back. Bring her back. Bring Benny back, which is like my main complaint. It's like they never brought Benny back, which pisses me off because I love Benny. If I haven't said it enough, I love Benny. I love this cinnamon roll. I love him so much. She died again? Because Lucifer's son lost his soul for Lucifer's son. I don't know what your name is. Isn't it Jack? Lucifer's son lost his soul for a bit, so he killed her. Like, can't you just keep your soul contained? It's Jack? Boom, nailed it. And I didn't even know that. I just heard of the character's name. Who was the one girl? Like the hunter who was like they kind of led us to believe that she and Dean would get together. Jo? Yeah. She was cool. I liked her. I really liked Jo. She was great. I didn't necessarily like her mom, but her mom was really cool too. But I love Jo. I was like, hey, can we keep this character around? And of course they didn't. Like, gosh dang it. And I read up on like how she died, and I was like, damn, that's rough. This poor kid. They really leaned into the whole trope of like no one that Sam and Dean liked or had any sort of relationship with would survive. Crowley's mom is now the new queen of hell. Crowley has a mom? Isn't she like 9 billion years old? Because Crowley's like super old, isn't he? I have no context for it. Yeah, okay. I have no context for it, but I've seen the clip several times of Bobby. Like, I guess they were on good terms with Crowley, I guess. I don't know, at the time. She was a witch. She was a witch, bro. The Wicked Witch of the East. Or Wicked Witch of the West. That was it. Am I wrong? But anyway, the clip was of them in like Bobby's office or something. And then Crowley just shows them like a picture on his phone of he and Bobby making out. And he's like, why did you take a picture? I'm like, I don't know what is happening right now, but this is fucking hilarious. I thought that was so funny. Crowley is just like a little shithead, and I love it. Hello, boys. Although I will say, in the episode, which was basically Benny's last episode, Rip Crowley. I mean, yeah. But I kind of liked Crowley for a while, but then in the episode where Benny ended up dying, and they brought, what was it? They brought Bobby's soul back from hell, and were trying to release him to heaven. And then Crowley was just like, no, I'm not gonna let him go. And then whatever, Naomi had to step in. I was just like, you bitch, leave Bobby alone. This man deserves nothing more than to just retire in peace. Bobby was my second favorite character in Supernatural. I think it would go probably Benny, Bobby, Jo, Dean. Yeah. Also, I love the fact that the actor for Lucifer was the actor for I don't know the actor's name, but the actor was the uncle in the Tomorrow People. And The Tomorrow People is one of my favorite shows. And then when I saw that he played Lucifer, I was just like, holy shit, I will never see this the same again. It was a whole thing. Also, The Tomorrow People, great show, highly recommend. Benny's actor, Ty Olsson, is also in that as well, which I love because I love Ty Olsson. I thought about asking Ty Olsson one time on like whatever that fan site is where you can like pay to get like a personalized video sent to you or something like that, or have like a hangout. I don't know what it's called. Dean dies in the dumbest way possible. Does he die from like a flu? I feel like this is just turning into like a Supernatural rant, and I love it. Let's talk about how Supernatural hurt us. Tangela. A vampire pushed him in onto a nail and he got impaled in the chest. Really? That was it? That's the dumbest way to die. I mean, his Hellhound incident was better than that. That was jeez Louise. Also, I love that they just basically were just like, hey, we're running out of ideas for the show. How about we turn Dean into a demon and then also turn him into a vampire at some point? Let's just do it. Now you know why people were comparing it to Game of Thrones. Was that like the actual end of the show? Was it just Dean dying? Or was that like the last few episodes? Also, I'm going to have a hot take here about Supernatural. And some people might like it, some people might not. I've never liked Sam. Like, he's okay, but I've never liked Sam. He's just so annoying and analytical about everything. And he just questions everything, which, to be fair, is good sometimes. Because he thinks through the problems. I'm like, that's great and all, because Dean is very gung-ho and very, like, just plow your way through everything, which is also good in some cases. So they balance each other out well. But like, oh my gosh, Sam is such a little bitch sometimes. I do not like Sam at all. Wait, what? Why did that comment get deleted? He drives his car in heaven, and while that happens, it shows Sam's life with his wife. And then he dies of old age, and then everyone, included all the past people, meet in heaven. Oh, okay. I don't know why that... There was no reason for that to get deleted by Monitor. Yeah, fuck off, Nightbot. This is my chat, Nightbot, not yours. Oh, you know why it got deleted? Because I have the name Sam blocked, because someone that would come into my chat all the time would just talk about one of our IRL friends, and it kind of just bothered me, and he wouldn't stop, and so I just blocked the word Sam. That's probably why. Okay. Whoops. So technically, my bad. But yeah. And like, I put the multiple iterations of how to spell Sam. Because I was like, I do not want this name being mentioned at all in my chat. I'll change it. I'll change it. I'll whitelist it again. Yeah. Also, to be fair, I never thought I would be having like a Supernatural rant on Twitch. So, you know, hindsight 2020. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't sound like, honestly, not gonna lie, that sounds almost exactly how Lost ends. Almost scene for scene. Expect the unexpected. I guess, yeah. I should. My bad, y'all. I need to predict like 15 moves ahead. But yeah, like the whole living your life, dying of old age, everyone meeting up in heaven. That sounds exactly how Lost ended. So yeah, I could definitely see the fan base being pissed off about that. Part of me wants to just like go through a bunch of these shows that I loved watching, so like Lost, Game of Thrones, Supernatural, all that stuff. Going through and like rewriting them to where they are good, like they have a better ending. That's just something I would love to do. And like honestly, like the last like all the Star Wars movies that have come out since Disney took over, and the shows, other than maybe Mandalorian, except for certain parts, and then Ahsoka. Ahsoka's pretty good. Honestly, I really like the Ahsoka show. But I would rewrite a bunch of those just to like make them make more sense. Like Rey would not be a Mary Sue, she wouldn't be a Skywalker, she wouldn't be a Kenobi, she wouldn't be a Palpatine. She would just be a Force user who is, you know, talented in the Force. I would have her get trained a little bit more before she, you know, uses the Force to like do very complicated Force techniques. But like, I loved Rey. Rey was my favorite character. Well, another thing is when Cass tells Dean he loves him, Dean says it back, but they edited it out of the show, but accidentally left in the Spanish version, so the subtitles still said it. There you go. Okay, was it Warner Brothers that did that show? Like Warner? Did they do that show? Because I was going to say, whatever the production company was that did Supernatural, they literally did everything they could to not have any sort of gay relationships in that show. Which I'm like, if you don't want to have gay relationships in your show, that's up to you. It's your show. You write it however you want. But like, if you're going to imply it, at least lean into it, you know? Don't just like cock tease everyone, for lack of a better term. Don't tease your fan base. Like, if that's what you're gonna do, then do it, but don't hint at it, you know? It's like being told, hey, we're gonna have pizza tonight for dinner. And like buying the pizza, preheating the oven, having the pizza out on the counter to put in the oven, and then turning the oven off and putting the pizza away. I'm like, really? You don't do that. I'm like, if you imply it throughout the entire show, but then never actually show it. And like, I get it to a degree, but still, I'm like, people need to stop being so afraid to do whatever they want in their own shows. People were joking they wanted By Dean, but instead they gave us By Dean. That's hilarious. I love that. I love that so much. And it said, so like there was a whole thing recently on Tumblr, and to be fair, Tumblr people are insane. I wouldn't say that they're necessarily on par with Reddit people, but like they're insane and very thirsty for blood when it comes to anything involving the fan base. So they like have like threads and threads going on about how people were talking about how it came out recently at that time that the directors had in fact had Dean and Benny date, because literally I think in the next script, like the script where they had to like, I don't know, stop seeing each other or whatever, it literally says Dean and Benny break up. Like that was it. And so they like danced around it for so long, but they implied it. And I was like, okay, if you're gonna just make the character bi or whatever, then just make them that. Don't imply it unless you imply it for all situations. Because for someone like me, I don't like that. I don't like relationships at all. In like my characters when I play D&D, any of it. I don't like relationships. I just want it to be about the story. If relationships happen, that's cool. But so like that's how I write my characters in my stories as well. If it naturally happens, yeah, sure. But I try to avoid relationships as much as possible just because it's such a complicated thing and it's such a big thing as well. And so I'm like, if you are going to dance around the subject, then either lean into it where it feels natural and it feels like the relationship naturally happened and it wasn't forced or anything, or just don't do it at all. Because I'm like, if I watch a show, I'm not watching it to watch people's like relationship drama. I'm watching it to watch people go out and hunt and kill monsters. That's it. I'm just watching it for entertainment. And if it's a relationship drama, that's not entertaining for me. So I'm not going to watch it. If other people want to watch it, that's fine. That's up to them. That's just not something I'm a fan of. I'm just like, if the subject of the show is monster hunting, then go hunt monsters. That's it. It's not a hard concept to get around. But like that was one thing I hated about Lost. There was so much relationship drama. Now, if it is a show about relationship drama, that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense to me. And even better, at the end, they had the whole cast sing Carry On My Wayward. Oh, that's okay. I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. What season did they actually start using that song for the intro? Was it one of the later seasons? Because I know they used it for a while, but maybe it was just copyrighted and they just couldn't keep it up, or I don't know. Yeah. Like in general, I enjoy Supernatural. I would give it like a solid like 6 or 7 out of 10. As just the content's decent. The content's decent. The story's pretty good. There's definitely a lot that needs fixing. No. Wait, how do I reset? There we go. Just gonna reset so I don't have to spend money over and over again. Also, God absorbed his sister. I have a friend who did that in utero. She ate her twin. Technically, they were all triplets, so she ate one of them. And she talks about that all the time. I'm like, that's disturbing. Yeah. That's an interesting thing. I would give Supernatural a decent rating. Like, it is a decent show. And I loved it starting out. Like, the first 2-3 seasons, really good. I just kind of, it just wasn't for me after a while. Then Jack absorbs God's powers and becomes the new God. So, okay, so like, there's God, then there's God's sister. Is God's sister a god? Or like as powerful as God in this situation? Because if so, if God absorbs sister, he become like mega god. And then if Jack absorbs both of them, technically, then he'd be like ultra god. Plus he's also like the son of Satan. So you've got like 4 different god powers going on there. I don't know. It's weird. It's an interesting concept, but I don't know. It's just weird to me. I'm trying to think of a show that I like really, really thought was well written and like really, really good and just love watching. Friends is pretty good. Friends definitely is up there. I think it dropped off a little bit in certain parts. Especially when Monica started becoming like super controlling and like OCD about everything, and then Ross just became like super weird. But I don't know. What is a good... I mean, Avatar The Last Airbender is probably the best show I've ever watched. The cartoon. It's probably the best show I've ever watched. Story-wise and content-wise. Because the characters, all the characters in the show have incredible character growth. Even the villains. The villains grow as villains very, very well. Now, someone has pointed out that, like, Firelord Ozai is kind of like a villain just to be a villain, which makes sense why he's not a well-written character, in my opinion, and in this other person's opinion, too. I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Because it's like, oh, we need to, like, share the wealth of the Fire Nation and conquer the world to make us all one nation as the Fire Nation because we're the best. We're gonna do that. I'm like, okay. Because the person I was watching that mentioned this, who got me kind of thinking about it, was like, okay, if you're gonna make a villain, at least make them a villain that occasionally you can sympathize with and like you can kind of relate to a little bit, because we all kind of want to be bad to a degree. Like there are certain days and like certain times when you're like, I want to do like a bad thing, like I want to do something bad. And so like that part of us, however small or big it is, can relate / sympathize a little bit with villains. I like shows with villains in them that feel that could be real. Like their motivation seems like it could be very believable and real, all that stuff. I miss the old Pokemon anime back when Ash was savage, right? It was so good. Like the scene where I think they're at, oh, whose gym are they at? It's the grass gym. But they're there and they're staring in the window at quote unquote via Brock, all of the beautiful girls, and Erica's gym. And Misty's like, you don't have to look through there to see any beautiful girls. And then Ash is just like, Misty, please, only one of us can be delusional at a time. I'm like, dang, Ash, dang. Fucking burned. Dang. I want them to... I think that they should release the unaired episodes, not necessarily on TV, but like if you're gonna buy like a DVD set of the the series that they need to put the unaired episodes on there. Now, obviously, you could put a warning on them of like, hey, there's content in here that you might not appreciate because of this. Watch with care, or you can skip the episode. I'm like, okay, just give me the option at least. Rip to the Porygon episode. Which one was the Porygon episode? Was it the, no, it wasn't the, Safari Zone episode. It was the, oh gosh. Was the Porygon episode the one that gave everyone epilepsy? So they just removed it? I don't remember. I remember, oh, okay. Because I was like, I know something happened in that episode that like made people not watch it. So it was the epilepsy, yeah. And then the Santa episode was the one, like the Christmas special episode was the one with Jinx in it, and everyone was like, we can't have Jinx because of racism. I'm just like, just don't have her look like that. Design her slightly different for the show. Also, I always hated Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime has always creeped me out. And it's not necessarily because I don't like clowns, which I don't. But like, you know, I just don't like Mr. Mime. I don't like his voice. I don't like his long, creepy fingers. He reminds me more of Pennywise than anything. Like, if Pennywise was nice, that's what Mr. Mime would be. And it creeps me out. That reminds me, there's some movie or show coming out tomorrow? What is it? Like, it had a lot of hype behind it, and I don't remember what it is. But there's some movie coming out tomorrow. I don't remember what it is. I don't remember the context of it either. I'm like, is it a horror movie? Is it a suspense movie? Action movie? What is it? I just don't know. The movie I'm looking forward to, because like I don't really go to see movies that much anymore. But the one I want to go see the most this entire year is Deadpool 3. I want to go see that so bad. Mostly because Hugh Jackman's back. And I'm just like, yes, my favorite X-Men character is returned. I really want to go see it. I guess I could look on IMDb and see what shows are coming out. Oh, it's The Quiet Place Day 1. That's the one. It's a new Quiet Place movie. That's coming out on Friday. AKA tomorrow. I think. Oh, wait, there's a season 3 of Sweet Tooth coming out? Why am I just now hearing about this? Because I know season 2 came out. Dang. Okay. Okay. I need to get back into watching Sweet Tooth. It was pretty good. Inside Out 2 comes out on Friday as well. I need to watch the first one before I watch this one, if I watch it at all. The Bike Riders looks interesting. And I might go see it just because it has Tom Hardy in it. And I really like Tom Hardy. He's cool. Okay, here we go. Quiet Place Day 1, Friday, June 28th. That is tomorrow. Heck yeah. All right, so Quiet Place Part 2, or Part 3, I guess, but it's the origins. I really like what they're doing with Quiet Place. It's such a good idea. Like, I can't speak for everyone, but it kind of feels, at least to me, that there's kind of a lack of creative ideas in film and media coming out lately. There are some okay ones, but it kind of feels a little like meh when it comes to creativity. But A Quiet Place is such a good concept for a movie. I think a show would be kind of cool with it. Kind of like what they did with Walking Dead, where they had the shows and then they had like the spin-off shows. I think it'd be cool to do the movies of A Quiet Place and then do like a spin-off show. I think that'd be interesting. But basically you could just turn the show into a movie at that point. So you might as well, because I think the movie would make more money probably. It depends. Oh, I will say, back on the subject of like, what are some of the best shows I've watched? I might be slightly biased with this one, but The Witcher Blood Origin, loved that show so much. Yeah, it had its boring parts, and it was written interestingly, but I really, really liked it. I know a lot of people hated it or just didn't like it at all. And I'm just like, okay, well, here's the thing. I don't know hardly anything about The Witcher other than the show. I've never played the games, never read the books. I have the games, and I have some of the books. But like, so I'm not like a huge Witcher buff. So, I mean, maybe I wouldn't like these things, these shows and this whatnot, if I've read the books and played the games. I don't know. The Witcher Blood Origins was so good. I loved it. I watched it like 4 times, and I still love it. I still sing the songs. Like, I just love it. I created characters for D&D based on some of the characters from that show. It's great. I love it. I recommend it. But of course, I really like fantasy shows, you know? I like shows about knights and medieval times and like mythology and all that stuff. That sort of stuff grabs my interest more than anything. I like fantasy shows, action about supernatural stuff, all of it. All of it's fun to me. So, yeah. Witcher Blood Origin. Highly recommend. My favorite character is Fjall. Fjall Stoneheart, I believe is his name. Yeah. I'm actually very surprised. No encounters. Well, actually, I'm not surprised. No encounters yet with a shiny. But to be fair, we're about the same amount of time in that I usually am for these last couple streams, so it makes sense. I think that they should do, I think it'd be really fun to do a Pokemon, I don't know, I want to say kind of like almost a Pokemon live action, but maybe based in like the Legends era. I don't know. Firstly, I will say I did enjoy Detective Pikachu, the movie. I didn't necessarily like the animation style for the Pokemon. Like some of them looked okay and some of them looked really weird. So if they just kind of cleaned it up a little bit, I would like it more, I guess. But I would love another live action, like more serious Pokemon show. Like maybe like you hear about like Ash or someone kind of like on the news or like in like a background type scenario. But it follows just a trainer just going through life, just being a trainer, all that stuff. I think it'd be really cool. Also, I think it'd be really fun to do like a Pokemon, um, like a show based on the war between what was it, Kanto and Hoenn, or was it Kanto and Kalos? I think it was Kalos. I think it'd be really cool. Like see a younger Lieutenant Surge, maybe. I don't know. Stuff like that I think would be really interesting to do, but like if you did it wrong, you're basically like putting your head on the chopping block because the fan base will destroy you. Apparently there was a car crash a few hours ago and one is upside down. Oh, dang. Like, bro, how? I don't know, man. I guess if you, like, hit someone hard enough, they could flip. I don't know. Cars are really heavy. You know, just like the whole concept and idea of a car flipping, like, not intentionally. Like, not going up and trying to intentionally flip a car. But like the whole idea of a car just flipping in an accident is wild to me. I know it happens, and I don't doubt that it happens because I've seen like news reports and stuff. But like it's so weird to think about like this heavy thing just flipping over. Like that's weird. That's like saying an elephant did like flipped over. Like that is so weird to think about. There was a, so over here by my mom's house, there's an intersection where like two highways intersect. Or I guess it's like an off ramp and then you can like go onto an on ramp and then there's like the main road. There was a period of time where there was like 5 car crashes there. Like every day there was a car crash. I'm like, at this point, after the second crash, it's no longer an accident. This is just a trend. Like, how do you keep crashing here? It is like literally the easiest intersection. I don't get it. It was an RV? Oh, wait. I can't believe we went a whole month before the next bridge accident, though this time was an RV, instead of like a full-on semi-truck. Man, the bridge was extra hungry. It's because it went almost a full month without eating one. Could make a D&D character based off of the bridge. You should. That could be a monster. Like, basically, it's just a mimic at this point, isn't it? The bridge is a mimic, because they drew the face on it. That is so funny. One of my best friend actually just messaged me a meme where it's like breaking down like the types of like relationship friendships that there are. And one of them was they just called it the chaotic idiot duo. And I was just like, yes, my new character is chaotic idiot. I want that to be in alignment. Chaotic idiot. It's not chaotic neutral, it's not chaotic good, it's not chaotic evil. It's just chaotic idiot. It's like all of them combined. I would love to play D&D with like my favorite celebrities. I think that would be the greatest day in my entire life. Ideally, I would love to play D&D. Okay, I'm thinking of like my favorite actors and stuff. Because like when I think celebrity, I think actor. But I know there's like singers and like authors and stuff. So I'm just thinking about like actors. I'm like, okay, who would I want to... And like also there's like sports people, which one of them would be a sports person. Because I'd love to play D&D with Jason Kelsey. Because I feel like that'd be funny. Travis Willingham, because, you know, D&D dad. And then Ty Olson for sure, because I just found out he plays D&D and I love him. Who else? Oh, I think it'd be really fun, and I've seen her play before, but oh, what's her name? Why do I always forget her name? The actress for April Ludgate from Parks and Rec. I always forget her name. But I think it'd be really fun to play with her because she's so unhinged, and I love it. Audrey Plaza. That one. I would love to play D&D with those people. That group. Because I think it would either be like really, really chaotic or really, really good. Like good, you know? Because all of those people, I can't speak for Ty because I don't see Ty on like a regular basis through the internets being like his character, like what his character and personality are like. So I can't say if he's like super chaotic, but like the other ones, very chaotic. And I love it. I would love that to be a thing. Like if I was, it sounds really bad, but if it was a like a Make-A-Wish Foundation type thing, and it was my wish, I'd be like, okay, I want to play D&D with these people. That's it. That's all I want to do. We can either play a long-running campaign, which would give me motivation to try to live longer, or it could be a one-shot. And you know, what a way to go out, right? You can tear up my character sheet at my funeral. That's so messed up. What you do in that scenario, this is my dark humor coming out. What you do in that scenario is you have my character sheet for my character in D&D, but then you also make a character sheet for me in like real life, like a real life character sheet, and you tear both of them up at my funeral. That would be the most hilarious thing ever. It's messed up. Like, I will straight up say that's messed up, but I think it's funny. I would love someone to do that at my funeral. I might actually throw that out there as a thing. Actually, I'm gonna message my best friend and tell him to do it. I've planted the seed. We'll see if he bites. If he takes the hook, line, and sinker. I want it to be a thing so bad. And that, unfortunately, I won't be there to enjoy it. I want to see his reaction. He's read it. He's read the message. The way I led with this conversation was I had a fucked up, hilarious thought. He's still typing. He's started typing and stopped typing like 4 times. 5 times. Yeah, like that's sort of, that's my humor. That's my humor style. I love this idea. I genuinely want someone to do this whenever I die. Like 4 people are gonna understand the reference, and that's it. It'll be great. My mom and dad at my funeral will just be like, assuming that they're still alive during my death, would be like, they would not understand at all. They would just watch my best friend walk up to the podium to give like a speech or something, and he has a piece of paper and he just tears it, and that's it. And they're like, what was that? And then everyone, the few people who would understand would either laugh or cry harder, which is the goal. And sadly, I won't be there to enjoy the chaos. But I'm like, this is like my last bit of chaos that I'm going to be able to leave this planet. Enjoy. That, and I think it'd be really, really, really funny to like fill my body with popcorn and then cremate me. I think that'd be hilarious. I don't think it would logically work. Like, it probably wouldn't work at all, but I think it'd be hilarious. You know? Or like, fill me with firecrackers or something. Fill me with firecrackers, and then just start the cremation process. And then let's just find out if I explode, you know? At that point, I'm not really a human anymore. I'm just a body. So who cares? I don't care if it gets all that stuff. I'm trying to catch his Alpha Blissey. Got it? Noise. Blissey's hard to catch. Part of me is like, you know what I should do? I should just end Safari Week when Safari Week is actually over. So like at the end of this week. And then get back into Crystal. Because I really want to play Crystal. But at the same time, I'm like, I already said that I'm going to extend Safari Week. Because my work schedule interfered with my recreational second job. And I really want to do Safari Week. Because this is the first year I've actually been able to do Safari Week, other than, you know, setting up my 2 Game Boys and then filming it. You know, like the good old days of shiny hunting. I'm gonna check and see if my mom's dog needs to go outside again because she's getting restless. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. She did have to go outside. There's that. And then of course I needed to get a new drink, and then I needed to go to the bathroom. So that was a whole thing as well. But we continue with our hunt for any sort of shiny. How's everyone's day going so far? It is hot as all get out here. I don't like it. Actually, let me look at what the temperature is right now while I'm doing this. Because I think it was supposed to be like 100 degrees today. It is currently 91 degrees. The UK could never. Holy balls, y'all. It's supposed to be 102 tomorrow. Oh no, summer is upon us. Like, summer officially started. But like, it's gonna be mostly like low to mid 80s and high 90s for the rest of like the next week and a half. That's insane. I don't like I like the Midwest, but I hate the Midwest weather. Hate it. 105 there? Dang. That is awful. That is the worst. Of course, I will say, you are a little bit further south than me, so it makes sense that it's hotter, but still, that is insane. I can't imagine what it is in Texas right now. Let me actually look that up, because I have Austin on here, because I used to go to Austin all the time, or quite frequently. Oh, Austin's only 97. Holy crap, Austin isn't even going to get into 100-degree weather. Most summers here get 110. Yeah. Gross. Hate it. Yeah, the highest that Austin's going to get is 99 on Monday and Tuesday. It's going to be 98 and 97 up until then. Dang. We're going to be hotter than Austin, Texas on tomorrow. You know it's bad when the Midwest, like Oklahoma, Kansas area, are hotter than Texas. So it's cooler in Texas, right? I don't get it. I like to think of like most of the Midwest states as like weather rivals of Texas, because Texas is always like, oh, it's so hot here, which, to be fair, it is. But then we're always like, hey, we're hotter than you now. But like, I think this is the second summer in a row where we've had a hotter summer than Texas, which makes no sense to me. And like what you're saying, it being 105 there in Oklahoma, that's the worst. Like, how are we both hotter than Texas right now? Texas isn't, like, Texas and Arizona are known for like being the hottest states. And Arizona only because it's a desert. I guess New Mexico too, but you hear more about Arizona than New Mexico. Also, it's really funny because I saw a video on, I think it was TikTok or Facebook, but I saw a video where it was I'm assuming she was very young, like maybe late teens, very early 20s at that, but it was a girl from the UK, And she was just like, I don't want to hear anyone saying that it's like it's hotter in America than here because we have the hottest weather. Like, it's so hot here. I don't understand. It can't be hotter anywhere else. And it was like, I think the guy that reacted to her, which is the best part, he was like, well, it looks like it's about 50 degrees there. Fahrenheit. I don't know the Celsius, but it's like 50 to 60 degrees there. And I was like, wait until she learns about Death Valley. This girl will literally perish. Because she was like, there's no hotter place on Earth. And I'm like, have you heard of the equator? Have you heard of Australia? Have you heard of Death Valley in Arizona? Gosh. Actually, no. Death Valley isn't in Arizona. It's in, isn't it in Nevada? Complaining about 50 degrees being hot. Get out of here, right? I hate it when people do that. They're like, 50 degrees is so hot. And meanwhile, I'm over here in like 97-degree weather wearing sweatpants. I'm like, I'm not even cold. I just wear sweatpants. Like, I don't really have many pairs of shorts. The sweatpants is the way to go. Which, I'm an insane human being. Like, let's just get out of the way. I am insane. I like to wear shorts in the winter, and I like to wear sweatpants in the summer. It's weird. I don't know why. That's just how I am. I am not the human standard to go off of. It was 115 here on occasion. Yeah. So like stuff like that, when people are saying that 50-degree weather, or even like, I would argue even saying 70-degree weather is hot is insane. Like 70 is getting up there, but like it's not that bad. So if you hear someone complaining about 50 degrees being hot, I'ma slap them, right? I would love, there should be a reality show where they take a bunch of people who believe from like different parts of the earth who think like certain degrees are hot. And we'll just go by Fahrenheit terms here. So like if the UK thinks that like 50 to 60 degrees is hot, they take these people on a trip and they bring them to the Midwest or to Texas or to Arizona or Nevada, or, you know, to Australia, or to almost the equator, because you will literally die on the equator. And they're just like, okay, do you still think it's hot in the UK? Do you still think it's hot in your little smog-born England? Like, shut up. I used to believe in the old adage of like, you don't know how good you have it. And like, to be fair, like to a degree, yes, I still believe that. But like when it comes to complaining about like the weather and the heat, like shut up. Like, no. I do understand that there are places a little bit hotter than us and slightly hotter than us. But like, when it's cooler in Texas than in Kansas, I refuse. I just got asked me why did it? Because they had a tornado warning for once. The Scots don't know how to deal with tornadoes? Have they never heard of a storm shelter? I mean, I get it if it's unusual weather for you. I understand that. So like for people who like like for me in Kansas, if we had a hurricane, which would make no sense, I wouldn't know what to do besides seek higher ground. But like with a hurricane, I would not know what to do. Like I don't. And for like earthquakes, I kind of know what to do for earthquakes, but I don't experience them enough as severely as in like San Francisco and other places that are like on a fault line. I don't experience them enough. Apparently not. Meanwhile, I'm over here dodging tornadoes left and right. We get earthquakes. Yeah, you guys get earthquakes more than we do, as far as I know. I think we get like the aftershocks or like the ripple effect from you guys. Because don't they have like a fracking area in Oklahoma? Or near there? I think they do in Texas. I could be wrong. But like they do fracking like somewhere in the Midwest, and we get like the aftershock from it. I will say they did have an earthquake somewhere in California, I think, and it was so big that we did feel the after effects over here, but they were very, very mild over here in Kansas. We get everything but hurricanes and volcanoes, right? Watch, one of these days we will get a volcano. It'll just spring up from underneath. Be like, surprise, we were here the whole time. Also, we're erupting. Gotcha. Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like in for like people who live on like an island like in Hawaii or like Japan, getting hit with like tsunamis, hurricanes, having earthquakes happen. Like it's a lot. I'm very happy to live in the Midwest where all we have are tornadoes and occasionally earthquakes. We do get sandstorms. That's a thing. But like the sandstorms aren't super severe. Like I think you could honestly stand outside during one of our sandstorms and you would be fine because they don't last that long. Or like a dust storm. A town not too far from me has been hit by 2 EF5 tornadoes and several EF4s. Dang. Yeah, they had a couple really bad ones in a couple towns like around me, but never in my town or my city, I guess. But like, the one we had most recently, I think was a year or two ago, was in Andover. They got hit pretty bad. Like the one in Greensburg, that one is like historic. It's like almost Hurricane Katrina level destruction of how bad it was, from what I hear. Maybe it's not that bad, but it was that newsworthy. Yeah, the town got wiped out. I think everyone got out in time, or maybe there were a few casualties. I don't remember. I think it happened during my lifetime. I'm pretty sure. Also, the town that I went to college in, the city I went to college in, when we first moved to Kansas, we considered moving there, but then they had a spree of very interesting things happen to them, which made mom not want to move there. Apparently, the gas lines, like the gas mains for a lot of the houses, started randomly exploding. And so houses were just randomly blowing up. It was so weird. And so we were just like, yeah, we probably shouldn't move to the combusting city. Oklahoma has had the tornado with the highest wind speed, and another that's the biggest in history. Nice. I like the idea of tornadoes, like just the idea of just a giant cone of wind. That just sounds really cool. Like, I mean, obviously they're terrible and very destructive, and you know, shouldn't be taken lightly and all that stuff, but they're still really cool. Two and a half hours in, and no shiny. I don't know how many encounters we've had. I could go through and rewatch the VODs. I could go in and rewatch the VODs and be like, okay, how many encounters have I made? Part of me wonders, like, so like if we get a bunch of tornadoes over here in Tornado Alley, in like Oklahoma, Kansas, maybe Nebraska area, I wonder if it's kind of the same over on the other side of the world. If there's like a place somewhere in like, I don't know, if there's somewhere else that gets very similar weather to us, with like a bunch of tornadoes, some earthquakes, that sort of thing. Like maybe in like Asia. I don't know. I think it'd be really interesting to figure that out. Because like you hear about the different types of weather phenomena, or not even phenomena, that happen around the world. So like, you know, islands and like coastal areas get hit with like tsunamis and hurricanes and stuff. And then like mountain areas get like blizzards and stuff. But like, are there just like plains on other parts of the world that just get hit with tornadoes all the time? Or is it just because of our absurd weather patterns that we get excessive amounts? It's strange to think about, but it's really fun. Someone, who was it? I think it was someone on TikTok was saying that they lived in Oregon. Yeah, Oregon, because I immediately thought of Portland. They were like, yeah, we live in Oregon and it's great here because we get a wide variety of weather. But then the summers aren't too hot and the winters aren't too cold. And I was like, isn't Portland like further north? Aren't your winters like really bad? I don't know. I've never been to Portland, so I wouldn't know. I have friends that live there, but I personally do not know. Angela. I wonder if I'll get any shinies this safari week. Even if I don't, it's been really fun, and I think I'll try to up my game next year and maybe do like a dual hunt. I don't know what I would dual hunt in. Maybe because I could do it with my DS Fat. In which case I could probably Safari Zone hunt in like one of the Game Boy games. So maybe Fire Red Leaf Green. I think it'd be really fun to Safari hunt in Leaf Green. So probably by the time next year rolls around, I'll have the ability to do that. But we'll see. Y'all, what should we talk about? We went on a rant about terrible TV shows or terrible TV show endings. We've been talking a little bit about Pokemon. We talked a lot about weather. What do y'all feel like talking about? I just lost hearing in my right ear, so that's fun. Occasionally that comes around. I don't know if it's that tinnitus thing or not. It's probably tinnitus, but like every once in a while I'll just like mostly lose hearing in one of my ears for a few minutes. I'm like, this is not great. I don't like this. What are some of y'all's favorite like Nintendo games that aren't that are not Pokemon. I really enjoy, let's see, I really enjoy Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing is really fun. Mario Kart, I love Mario Kart. That space-time distortion should be swapped to time-space distortion so it's not STD. That would be hilarious. Then it'd be TSD, right? TSD actually sounds really cool. It almost sounds like LSD. Mario's really fun. I really want to get Super Mario RPG. I want to get that one, and then Mario Odyssey. Those are games I've been meaning to pick up for the Switch for a long time. I also really would love to play Octopath Traveler. I should be encountering Pokemon right now. I just stopped for no reason. I really want to play Octopath Traveler. I really want to play the Dragon Quest games because I've played them a little bit, but I want to play them more. Especially with the Direct saying that HD 2D, or what was it, 2D HD, something like that. They're redoing Dragon Quest 3, aka Dragon Warrior 3, and Dragon Quest 1 and 2 as in those graphics, which are beautiful. Those are the graphics that I want Gen 5 remakes to be in. They are just so perfect. Yeah. I also really enjoy Paper Mario. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, love it. I've been playing it on my GameCube, and I love it. I have this pristine copy that I'm very proud of, that I love playing. I haven't had a lot of time to play it, but I do enjoy it. Spyro. Spyro and Crash Bandicoot are like little guilty pleasure games that I like. I'm not really a big fan of platformers, but they're not bad. I enjoy them. I say as most of the games I like are actually platformers. They're either platformers or first-person shooters. I also really want to play Fantasy Life. I have it. I should make like a list of games that I have that I could stream, and just let y'all vote on like what games I should stream that are not Mario, or that are not Pokemon related. Because obviously I'm going to be streaming a lot of Pokemon, but I think it'd be really fun to play like, Legend of Zelda. I've never played Zelda before. I think that'd be really fun. Play Spirit. I do have Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass, so that'd be fun. There are also just a bunch of games that I had never heard of before, but I was like, this is the genre that I like, and it's by game developers I really like. So like any Atlas game, I love Atlas games. They're great. And then whoever makes the Fantasy Life, I forget the developer name, but they make good games. Mario and Luigi, those are really charming games. I'd love to play those, like Bowser's Inside Story. I'd love to play that. The Alliance Alive, it looks like a really fun game. And apparently they have it out, but I don't think it's on Switch. It might be. There's some farm sims that I really enjoy. Stardew Valley is really fun. I'm not good at it, that's the problem. I'm not good at it, and I get very easily distracted in games like that because there's just so much to do. Coral Island is another one that I really want to stream, and I'm waiting for it to drop on Switch, because as soon as it drops on Switch, I am streaming it. I will ask off for that day. I'll be like, okay, we're streaming Coral Island, and we're gonna get our farm set up, we're gonna get our crops going, we're going to all this and this, we're gonna get married, all these things. It's gonna be awesome. There's a farm sim for dinosaurs called Paleo Pines, and I do have it. I would love to play that sometime because it looks really cute. Really cute and charming. And then the Harvest Moon games and Story of Season games, I'd love to stream those. What's another one? Rune Factory. I hear good things about Rune Factory. I would love to play it. And Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger's like, everyone always talks about how good Chrono Trigger is. I think most of them refer to the SNES version. I don't have a SNES. I have the DS version, but I don't have a SNES, sadly. But it's in the list. Miu's never played that. Yeah, me same. There were a lot of games that I missed out playing as a kid. So like I've never played Metroid, I've never played Mega Man, I've never played Star Fox, really. I played like a minute of Star Fox and I was like, okay, I don't like this. But like the majority of the games that I played growing up were like the Lego games. So like Lego Star Wars was what I grew up on. And then like Pitfall Harry, which no one has ever played Pitfall Harry, which is sad because I love Pitfall Harry. My brother and I went on a whole like a long rant about it to his wife because she had never heard about it before. And we were talking about how much fun that game was. And like we knew all the cheats, we knew all like the exploits. It was great. And then the Hobbit game for the PlayStation 2 and the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and then GameCube. And then of course Star Wars Battlefront 2, the OG. I've only really played Pokemon, Mario, and Kirby and Rayman. Rayman was one of the ones I really wanted to get into. Rayman and Ratchet and Clank. But I've never played any of those games. I would love to play them though. But Kirby, oh my gosh, I love Kirby. Kirby was one of my first Nintendo games that I ever played. Because when my parents got me my Game Boy Advance SP, I had Frogger, Donkey Kong, I don't think I had any Mario games. I had 2 Donkey Kong games. One of them was Donkey Kong Country, which is phenomenal. Love Donkey Kong Country. The other said Donkey Kong, but it was the NES Classics game, so it was really Mario. So I played a crap load of that. But then I got a copy of Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, and oh my gosh, I played the crap out of that game. I love Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. I eventually stupidly got rid of it, and so then I went out and bought another copy, like maybe a year and a half ago. But I still have it. I have my copy of Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. I want to get the Amazing Mirror. I really want to get that one. And then what is it? It's not Superstar Saga. I also want to get Planet Robobot because everyone says that's such a good game. I really, really, really want to get that game. But Kirby's just a cool little guy. Love him. I also need to go and get the Switch game Kirby Return to Dreamland, because Dreamland games are some of my favorite Kirby games. I'm also really happy when I find people like either in my chat or just in real life, not real life, just like out and about daily, who enjoy Pokemon and know about Pokemon and are just, they like to talk about Pokemon. One of my goals, I'm really trying to get my mom to learn Pokemon and play Pokemon with me. And I would love that because I have no one to play Pokemon with. I am the only person in my entire family and like my entire friend group that plays Pokemon, except maybe my best friend's wife. And I really would like to have played through all the Pokemon games enough times to where whenever I start having kids, or whenever I have kids in the future, I can play Pokemon games with them. I would love that. I enjoy the concept of gamer parents playing games with their kids. That is just like something super cool to me, because for me growing up, my parents did not play video games except like Mario on the NES. That was like the only thing we all played together. But we weren't a gaming family. In fact, gaming was like highly discouraged. It was more like go read books, go outside and play. That was it, which was fine. I didn't mind. But when I learned about video games and just how much I enjoyed them, I really had wished that my parents played video games with me. That being said, there is one video game that I've been able to convince my entire family to play every single year, and it's Trivial Pursuit Live on the Xbox. We love playing that game. It is so good. And the thing is, it's not like Monopoly or whatever to where you can cheat or you can, like, you get mad because someone else is cheating or whatnot. It's literally, if you do poorly in the game, it's because you're dumb. And that's me, because I'm like, I will be dumb and like not know trivia facts and stuff, and I'm like, all right, well, oh well, moving on. I'll remember that later. But yeah, gaming families are fun to me, and I feel like there's gonna be like a surge of that, of like people my age and slightly younger who grew up playing video games. So like whenever they start having kids, they're probably gonna play video games with their kids. Now, I will say, caveat, whenever I have kids, there's gonna be like a time limit on how long you can play video games until they get old enough to, you know, regulate themselves. Because I'm a very addictive personality type person, and so that's why I really enjoy shiny hunting and building living dexes and stuff, is because I'm addicted to that sort of stuff. And I know that is a possibility. There is a possibility of me passing that trait down to any kids that I have. And so I'm just like, okay, I can recognize it's unhealthy for me. I can very much recognize that. So I don't want my kids, until they reach the age where they can very clearly identify that it's not necessarily a healthy lifestyle, then they can do it as much as they want. But I'm like, until they're old enough for that, I would be like, okay, first you can start with 30 minutes as like, you know, a 10-year-old. You can start with 30 minutes of gaming with Pokemon or whatever, or an hour, whatever have you. That's why I'm trying to get Hold Dex to perfect on Plat, right? Addictive personalities. It happens. It's a thing. Like, when people say they don't believe that it's a thing, I'm like, oh, you don't want to see what's inside my brain. You don't want to know how insane it is up in there. But yeah. I'm also very much the kind of person that I would highly encourage my kids to read books and play outside and stuff, but also play video games. So have the balance of all of them, because I may have hated it slightly as a kid, not being able to do all the things I wanted to do, like sit inside and play video games all day. But I got more fun experiences playing outside with like my Legos, or, you know, making up my own games, or going biking, you know, and then reading books. I will say reading books was never like a forced thing for me necessarily, because I loved reading. But I really, really am happy that reading was highly encouraged in our household growing up, because it made me appreciate stories better. It turned me into a better writer / a better storyteller, and just being able to appreciate stories more. So I really like that. So I would love for my kids in the future to be able to do that. But at the same time, you know, I don't believe video games are evil. I believe that, I mean, because they're not a person. They don't have a conscience. They're a thing. They can't be good or evil. You know, they can't be good or bad. It's what you do with them. It's like the whole argument of like eating. Is like the food isn't good or bad. The quality could be good or bad, but the food itself is not inherently good or bad, and neither are like the silverware that you eat with. It's just you control how much you eat. It's like if you eat too much, then, you know, don't eat too much. It's like I'm addicted to certain things like Mexican Coca-Cola, and I could probably eventually give that up. I'm not going to try. But like, yeah. The Coca-Cola isn't bad. It's my addiction to it that's bad. My lack of self-control, because I literally have no self-control when it comes to Mexican Coca-Cola. That drink is like it's like crack for me. I love it so much. There's a lot of barrel in here. Yeah. And now that I'm an adult and can like regulate my schedules, and I can be like, okay, I'm gonna play video games for this many hours or whatever. Like, I could sit down and play a game for hours, but I also recognize I need to like stand up, I need to go to the bathroom, I need to hold on. The dog is like messing with something in the living room. I have to go deal with her. Okay, I'm back. She did in fact have to go to the bathroom. So yeah. Okay. Now, anyway, back to shiny hunting. I might also let chat vote on do I go back to Crystal or do I go to do I continue my shiny hunting for my shiny living dex in Let's Go Eevee? I might let chat do that. Be like, hey, which would you prefer? Finish the game that I did 2 episodes in, or the living dex? Right away. Quagsire. He's just a dude. So there's a guy on TikTok that does like animal facts and stuff. He's really cool. I like him a lot. And one of his videos he recently did was about manatees and how they're just like super chill and whatnot. And they do have teeth, but they're like way back in their, like almost in their throat. And so like if people, and there's been like no recorded instances of them attacking people. And there's a theory, he said, that the reason why they're not like super aggressive or anything is because like they can be aggressive, but not like towards people and stuff. And it's mainly because they don't necessarily seem to have any natural predators. And they're not bodying each other like to compete for food or anything. So the theory is that they don't really have like, it's not ingrained in their instincts to be aggressive. Although they can be. But like that's the whole thing. I'm like, that's really cool. Now, do I know that is fact or not? I don't know. Maybe it is. But it's just really cool to like get all these like random animal facts from this guy. Because I'm like, I used to get all my animal facts from Animal Planet, and I don't really watch Animal Planet anymore. Especially after Steve Irwin. The saddest day of my life. Or one of them. The spaghetti boy. Spaghetti gal, in this case. Barrel again. Here we go. Sorry, I went quiet there for a second because I was messaging the person about the person who I messaged earlier about the item that I've been really wanting to get and is selling at a decent price. Messaged me back, so I'm talking to her right now. Hey, welcome back, Kiki. I'm hoping that this is like a legitimate thing and this person is not like a scammer, because if that's the case, I would really like this item. You know, I'd really like it. Mostly to play on. It's a 3DS or a new 3DS XL. I mostly would like it to play on it, but also as a collector piece. And it's very affordable. That's why I'm kind of hoping it's not a scam. Like, let me look it up on price charting. Let's see. I'm sure they have it on here. I would honestly genuinely be surprised if they didn't have it on price charting. This price charting's got everything, man. Ooh. That's a Happy Home Designer one. I kind of want that one too, being completely honest. They really don't have it? That is bizarre to me. Okay, I can exit out of that tab. Thank God. Here it is. So it's the 20th anniversary Pokemon one. Complete is selling for almost $800. New is $1,400, which is ridiculous. I would never pay that ever. I'm sorry, I just wouldn't. The person is selling it for very. She's selling it for more than what loose is, which is interesting. So I'm like, I'm really hoping that this is legitimate and not a scam. She also mentioned that there was like some weird feature with PayPal the last time someone paid her called Xoom, like XOOM service, and that they needed her debit card number and address for it. And I'm like, I don't think that's a thing. Let me see. Is Xoom a thing? Oh, it is. How secure is this thing? I don't even know what Xoom, like XOOM is. Like, what is this? Okay, it's just a money transferring thing. I don't trust it. How much are you paying for? Well, the listing that she has it at is for almost $300, but I negotiated down to about $210, give or take. It was like $285. And I'm like, that's very reasonable for the condition it's in and that it's complete in box. I'm just like, But like, she has it time-stamped and everything, so like, apparently that's the whole thing. But, and I'm just considering it. I haven't like actually decided I'm gonna do it yet, especially if it's a scam. But, like, it has all the paperwork, it has the cardboard insert, it has the AR cards, it has both the face plates, it's got the DS, the box, and it looks in really good condition. I'm just like, ew. I really hope this isn't a scam. And it also looks like one of the pictures, it looks like there's a couple other Pokemon games installed on it. Like P-Cross, maybe? Pokemon P-Cross, and then like, it has YouTube, which I'm like, okay. I forget what that other Pokemon game is. It's like the one where it's like Candy Crush almost. I'm like, She says it's in mint condition. Comes full, like it comes full, comes in box, which is a weird phrasing, but only been used about 40 hours, which is why I was like, hey, I'm not going to pay the full price if it's 40 hours of use. Which I'm like, I have some negotiating room there if it's been 40 hours of usage. And that's the thing. There's another person in Wichita, in the city I live in. There's a person who lives here who's selling one just loose for like $300. Roughly. It might be like $250. But they just don't have the faceplate. They kept the faceplates for a different one, so they replaced them with like a 1-up thing. I'm like, okay, why am I not playing the game? But I don't know. Because when they offer shipping, because they say we can ship it through USPS, but then they don't offer it as like a, you know how in Marketplace they offer it as a shipped option? If they don't offer that, plus she has no reviews, so I'm like, so. Piece of advice, if they ask to go to like Zelle or money transfer type, avoid those types. Well, the one that she said, she hasn't asked for it, but she said the last time someone bought something from her, they used it's like a transferring service through PayPal called XOOM, Zoom, I guess. So that was what kind of like threw me out, because the way she described it was that the person needed her card number and her address. And I was like, I don't think anyone should ever ask you for your card number. Especially with like PayPal. Because PayPal, you just need like a phone number or an email address to like look the person up. And then you can just send it to them that way. So I'm like, I don't know how legitimate this is. We'll see. I had a guy try to scam me for a Pokemon Fire Red. I don't know if I told this story. He was trying to scam me for Pokemon Fire Red. Was talking about how his PayPal was messed up. So he, cause of like a, what was it? It was like he had like tried to pay a bill or something. So he had like an overdraft fee. And so PayPal like temporarily locked his account for that. Which I'm like, okay, that's somewhat believable, but they don't do that. I'm like, that's not how PayPal works. And I even Googled it. I'm like, anyone can Google this and prove you wrong. But then, other than that, like everything seemed kind of lining up. Seemed kind of okay. He was willing to negotiate on price, which is, I like haggling, which is great. But then he was like, okay, we can pay through here. Kind of like the messenger pay sort of thing, which I'm like, but all right, whatever. And he was like, in order to do that, he had to send me a friend request because I don't accept messages from people who aren't my friends. And so I was like, okay, send me a friend request. He's like, okay, I sent it. And then I sent you a message and I never got a friend request from him. And that's when I was like, 100% this is a scam. Like I was at like 75% this is probably a scam. And it immediately jumped up to 100 that it was a scam. He was like, yeah, I sent you a friend request. And then his messages went to my spam folder. And yeah, it was the whole thing. And then he was like, yeah, I don't think Messenger does does like full payments. You would have to do like a bunch of little payments because they get mad. I was like, they've literally never had a problem with that with me before. And I'm like, that's a scam that they use for us at work. Of like, do a bunch of little payments for like, buy a bunch of like, I think it's like gift cards and stuff. Like do a bunch of like little money transfers. And I was like, yeah, no. And so I just wanted to see how far he would take it. And so I just kind of like kept the conversation going. And eventually he was like, he basically cut the price down to like a quarter of what it had been. He was like, you pay half of it now, and then the rest of it when you get the item. I was like, okay, no. And then I ignored him. BRB. Alrighty, I'll see you, Kiki. Yeah, the person says that she doesn't have a PayPal. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to transfer money to you from something that isn't PayPal through a PayPal transferring mode. Like maybe it's a complete legitimate offer. Like maybe this is 100% legitimate. I don't trust it. I had at least one red flag going into this, and I'm like, ugh. And then the yellow flag was the price. So I'm like, yeah. I have been scammed a couple times before through like messenger stuff, not messenger stuff, marketplace stuff. Like, so I've learned slightly of what to look for. What did you miss? She said that she didn't have a PayPal, account. Now she's saying if you go to send on there, there's an option to send it to a debit card, and that's all you have to do. It is not hard. No, it's fine. I'm good. It actually saves me the trouble of spending money I didn't want to spend. Because I was like, oh, this thing, I've been looking for this for years. It's at a decent price. And I'm like, no. I'm good. I honestly don't need to be spending that much money because I'm trying to save up for a camera, both to start shooting some more short films on and also to like have a webcam in the future. But there's also on not gonna lie, chat, there's a I know I went on a rant about it the last time, but there's a Pokemon game that I want to buy through Marketplace. The price is a little up there, but it's a sealed copy of Heart Gold. And I'm just like, and it's just the game. It's not the big box or anything like that. It's just the sealed copy of the game. I'm like, oh, I really want this. I want this so bad. But I have to prioritize stuff. I also have to build up my savings account again because I kind of dipped into it. So as much as I would love to just spend a bunch of money on stuff, I don't need to. Because here's the thing, I'm not going to be working at the job I'm currently working at forever. I'm eventually going to find another job and hopefully find a job that pays me a lot better. So later on down the road, I can probably always find these things again. So like, I can always find this 3DS later on. I can always find a sealed copy of certain Pokemon games later on and probably afford it more comfortably then. So I can, what we learned in financial aid class is I can use my walkaway power. Thank you, Dave Ramsey. I know not a lot of people like Dave Ramsey, but like his financial peace class that I took for high school, it was really good. It was really helpful. It helped me like get back into the mindset of trying to save money instead of just spend it all the time. And I'm one of the like, I'm kind of like a weirdo when it comes to it, but I would love to pay for a house in cash. I actively try to avoid loans as much as I can. Like, I know I'm gonna have to at some point probably take out a loan, but I just don't like debt. And it's just because we lived in debt for so long, and then my parents finally got out of debt. They were finally debt free, and it took years. Like, it took like almost half my lifetime for them to get debt free. And so I don't want to live like that sort of thing. And like, I don't want to go into like dating or having a marriage or whatever. I don't want to go into that having a bunch of debt, you know? Plus, I also just don't believe in owing people stuff. I don't like owing people money or favors unless they're like friends that I would love to owe someone a favor for, you know? So yeah. I actively try to avoid it. Like, even when I was going to college and it was going to get to the point where it was like, okay, you have to either take out a loan or drop out for a while and save up money. I was like, guess what? I'm going to drop out and save money. So I literally just took a year off, which worked out because it happened during COVID, where a lot of schools were shutting down anyway. But I was like, here's the thing. I don't want to be stuck in a classroom with a bunch of people during like this pandemic time, because believe whatever you want, I didn't like wearing a mask because it was uncomfortable for me. And I literally have scars on my ears from when I was supposed to wear a mask at work. And like my ears shred. And it's not fun. Like, I don't like my ears bleeding all the time and having scars on them. So I just wanted to avoid it. So I was like, I'll just avoid situations where I have to be in that position. So I was like, it works out because I can just go to work and work through the pandemic, and I can, you know, I can just earn money and pay for college, and I did. It was great. So now, granted, it was a community college, so it's not like a big old fancy university or anything, or somewhere that you're going to acquire a lot of debt at. But I try to figure out the workarounds of things, you know? So like when we were younger, we would always try to shop for like the best deals for like grocery shopping, or we would cut coupons from the magazines and stuff, or like the newspapers. And that's just how we live. And I'm like, I do like to kind of splurge a little bit here and there on like, let's say, food, or occasionally buying something for myself, like Pokemon games and whatnot. I do like to splurge, but I also like to kind of save as much money as I can, because I would like to eventually live a life where I don't have to worry about debt ever. And I don't want my kids to worry about debt. I don't want my future wife to worry about debt at all. I want to live as comfortably as I can, because it turns out I don't like being uncomfortable. Shocker, I know. I feel like most people like to be comfortable, you know? I don't need to dress a certain way to look a certain way. I dress to be comfortable, you know? Now, I have no fashion sense, which is I don't care about, because I also don't care about other people's opinions, because it doesn't matter. Because I'm like, at the end of the day, if someone thinks that I dress like a slob, I don't care. It's like, my life isn't affected by that, you know? So stuff like that. So I don't try to like dress like super fancy, or with like designer brands and whatnot that are like super expensive. I don't like that. I'm like, I can just go to Walmart and get a pair of shorts for like $10. Will they last? No, but it'll do for now. That's why when I had to go and get a replacement pair of shoes, like just a pair of sneakers, when I had to go and get a replacement pair, we were like, okay, we'll go shop at like the Skechers store, because I like Skechers, because they're comfortable and I like the way they feel. We went to get a replacement pair, and luckily it was a sale day, because the pair of shoes that I wanted to get, it was like the only pair that fit me, were like $70. I'm like, that is ridiculous for a pair of shoes. Which I'm like, that's not even like the most expensive a pair of shoes can be, which I fully understand. But I'm like, $70 for a pair of just like sneakers? No, thank you. But we got them on sale, so it was fine. If you like to live a lavish lifestyle, or you don't care about being in debt, by all means, you do you. I don't care. I personally just don't want to do that, because of the way I have watched my friends and family live and how I grew up. I don't want to be in debt. I don't like it, especially with things being more expensive now. With things being more expensive, I'm like, I really need to allocate that money to more important things like car stuff, or, you know, health stuff. So that's why I try to have my emergency savings stocked up pretty decently, so that I don't, so that if, you know, I need to spend that money on like repairing my car or getting a new car, or, you know, for me, a new car is a used car. But like getting a replacement car, or paying for car repairs, or going to the hospital for whatever reason, like if an emergency happens, or, you know, if I lose my job and I need to find another one, but I can't for a while, I like to have that money to fall back on. So, I just think it's smart. I know it's not for everyone, and that's fine. I don't mind. I I do I do have the want to go out and spend a bunch of money and like all the money that I can on the things I want, and I do kind of have that whole like, hey, why can't I afford these things? Why are they so expensive? Why can't I just, you know, take out a loan or get a credit card or whatnot? And I'm like, that's fine and all, but I don't want to, because I like to think further ahead. I'm like, that might be fine and all for like the moment, but further on down the road, like in 5-10 years, that's not gonna work out for me. Like, I don't want to move out to California or New York or, you know, Houston or any of like the big cities. I don't want to move out there and then like just get an apartment for, you know, $5,000 a month or whatever it is, while I work at like a diner for tips. Because that's like the only thing I could do. I'm not qualified for anything else except video editing. Like, yeah, let's not do that. That was a weird tangent. What was everyone's favorite kid TV show growing up? I don't think I can pick one, which I know is kind of like cheating and breaking the rules of the discussion I just created. I did like Zaboomafoo. That was probably my favorite, or one of my favorite shows, other than like Crocodile Hunter. But Crocodile Hunter isn't necessarily a kid's show. Teen Titans, the original. Oh, Teen Titans is so good. Do you remember the video game that came out from it? I think it was on most of the platforms. Because I know we had it on the Xbox, and I know it was on... No, we had it on PlayStation 2. But the video game was really fun. I really liked it. Oh, Teen Titans is such a good show. Dragon Tales was really good. I like Dragon Tales. I watched a lot of PBS as a kid. PBS Kids was like my main go-to. You can imagine my disappointment when I saw Teen Titans Go. Yo. The day that they announced Teen Titans Go and they showed it, I wanted to cry. Dragon Tales was so good. Okay, who was your favorite dragon? Mine is a tie between like Ord and was it Cassie? I think her name was Cassie. Was there a Cassie or Kathy? I don't remember. I think it was Cassie. It was a tie between those two. I loved Ord, mostly because it was blue and just kind of a boof, kind of a big dummy, but not like a dummy in a bad way. Just kind of like, he's just there. He was very boofy. But I love Dragon Tales. I didn't watch all of it. And like Magic School Bus, so good. Zack and Wheezy. Zack and Wheezy were fun. Like, Wheezy's voice kind of got a little annoying to me just because I didn't like the, I think it was the pitch. The pitch kind of like hurt my ears a little bit. But they were really fun. They were like the fun dragons. They were like the, hey, if we're gonna party, let's party. But they were also like the really cool like jokesters and just the fun ones. Plus their design was really cool. Like a two-headed dragon, that's awesome. Yeah, Zack and Wheezy were really cool. I'm gonna be real though, I didn't like the humans. I did not like Annie and Max. They were okay. I didn't love them. I was like, why would I like the humans when I have dragons? You know? And then who was it, their cousin or their friend? The other kid that would go with them eventually. Because then they were just like, hey, we need a third person in this, a third kid in the show, because apparently that's needed. Yeah. Kind of like when they introduced Diego into Dora the Explorer. I was like, who is this kid? Why is he here? Why is he relevant? Give me Dora. I don't care about Diego. It's like, it's Dora and Boots forever, man. I was just thinking about another show. What was it? It kind of had, oh, Cyber Chase. I was like, it kind of had the same vibe. Almost. I loved Cyber Chase. That's where I learned what a uvula was. Apparently they made a new Magic School Bus. Yeah. I don't like the animation style. I haven't seen it though. I think the whole premise is like Miss Frizzle retires and her sister takes over or something like that. So it's still a Frizzle, but it's like a different Frizzle. And the animation is very flat. It's like that new animation style that apparently is what entertains the kids now. There's no depth to it. I think I watched like a couple scenes from it and I was like, I wasn't impressed. I don't know. Magic School Bus was the shit though. The episode where they went back in time with the dinosaurs, hell yeah. Love that one. Or like when they made the cake for Miss Frizzle's birthday and they shrunk down to make the cake. Because tiny chefs, you know? That was fun. No one ever knows what Story Keepers is. I watched the crap out of Story Keepers. Now I'm like, to be fair, that's a very like niche demographic. I'm like, you probably didn't watch Story Keepers if you weren't a Christian kid. Like Story Keepers and like VeggieTales. Although you probably watched a lot more people probably watched VeggieTales than Story Keepers. Because VeggieTales got some bangers. When it comes to music, they got some bangers. But another one that people don't talk about that often is Between the Lions. I love that show. Because it took place in a library. I was like, as a kid, I wanted to live in a library. I thought that would be the coolest thing in the world. Would be to just live in a library. You remember it? Oh yeah. Between the Lines was so good. Cliffhanger. Loved Cliffhanger. It was such a clever play on words too. I love Cliffhanger. Oh, another really good show that I didn't know was a show for the longest time because I only watched the movies was Rescue Heroes. Rescue Heroes was so good. Bringing back the memories, right? Bringing back the, what was it, like the late 80s and 90s. Well, just 80s and 90s cartoon memories. I didn't get to watch a whole lot of them as a kid, but like some of the old like classic cartoons like Darkwing Duck and like Gargoyles and stuff, I didn't get to watch them that often, so I'll watch them now and I'm like, it gives off the like 90s vibe that I miss. Now I want to go back to the simple times. Facts. Same. Please. Take me back. Take me back to being a kid. I don't care. Everyone's always just like, hey, if you go back to being a kid, you wouldn't be able to have as many freedoms as you do now. You wouldn't be able to like drive. You wouldn't be able to do this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I don't care. You think I would keep driving whenever and wherever I wanted to in exchange for taking naps? No. Or, not having to pay taxes? No. Or, having video game nights with my friends and we were all single. Or like at that time, the like kid relationships where it's not like we spend every waking moment with our dates or our significant others. No. I miss those days because all of my friends are married. I'm just like, I want to have a boys' night. Let's have a boys' night where we have pizza and we stay up late playing Halo. That's all I want. We were like, all of my friends, I don't have any single friends. All of my friends are married. And I either are married and have kids or are just married. I'm like, gosh dang it, y'all. Yeah. Those were the simple times. I did like them. I'm trying to remember what another show was. I had just thought of it. Talked about Between the Lions, Rescue Heroes. What was another one? I'm trying to remember all the shows that I watched as a kid. Like Teletubbies, but like, Teletubbies changed too. It was really weird. Or like the Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, where it like turned into a TV show instead of just the movies. That was pretty good. Although I never understood why they had like Christopher Robin, like how the toys were alive in Christopher Robin's like world, like in the real world, instead of 100 Acre Wood. Johnny Bravo, heck yeah. Fairly Odd Parents. What was the one with the girl? It wasn't Family Matters. All I remember is that it was like the girl was like annoyed at like her younger sibling or whatnot, but she lived with like her parents, her grandma, I think maybe her grandpa. I think she had like a younger brother or a younger sister or something like that. But it was something like the title of it was something kind of like Family Ties or Family Matters or something like that. But it was a cartoon. It wasn't the live action one. So it's not Family Matters. Which, speaking of live action shows, Full House, loved that show. Joey was my favorite. I love Joey. He was the greatest goofball. And then oh dude, you know the one show I really liked watching, which actually it was just a bunch of like movies. It was the Mary-Kate and Ashley show. I loved watching those movies. Proud Family, that's probably it, yeah. Proud Family. But the Mary-Kate and Ashley show was great. There was another show, and I don't remember what it is. It wasn't the Babysitter's Club, but it was like the horse rider club or whatever. But it was a bunch of girls that like rode horses. It was like I don't know if it was like for competitions and whatnot, but it was like a bunch of girls that like lived in the area, and then they would go and ride horses at this ranch, where it was their horses essentially, and it was a very dramatic show. It was full of drama, as you can imagine, for kids. But it was a really good show. I really enjoyed it. There was one where, and it was like the three main girls who were all sweet and like cool and hung out and stuff, and then there was like the snobby like rich kid girl who was like a brat, because of course they have to have a rich kid snob. Gotta throw in an antagonist in there. But it was really good. The one I remember specifically watching was there was like a really beautiful like black stallion. I don't remember what his name was. But he was a beautiful horse. And then there was a mare, and she was gonna have a colt, and I think they named him like Samson or something like that because her name was Delilah. They're like Samson and Delilah. I'm like, okay. I remember watching Cow and Chicken. I've heard of that. I don't think I've ever watched it though. Cat Dog. I watched a bit of Cat Dog. And then Doug. I've seen a few episodes of Doug. And then Hey Arnold. I think SpongeBob was like the only show I'd never watched as a kid until I was like, I don't know, 12 or 13. Didn't really watch SpongeBob. Yeah. Man, there were so many good shows when we were kids. And like, I get, like, comes full circle because our parents didn't understand like the stuff that we were into or didn't really like the stuff we were into sometimes. Or like thought they were dumb because, to be fair, they were dumb. Like, our humor was dumb, our slang was dumb, all of this stuff. And that's how I look at like the younger generation now. People younger than me, I'm like, you use the word yeet all the time. What does cap mean? This is stupid. Just say what you mean instead of using slang. And then like them loving Fortnite is like a whole thing. And I'm like, ugh. I became an old person like way too quickly. But I'm like, that's the thing though. These kids nowadays are growing up with these things that they really love and like their slang words and all this stuff. And it's like, that's going to be like pivotal for them. Like in 20, 30 years, they're going to look back at these times of them like playing Fortnite with their friends and saying cap all the time. And that's going to be like their cherished memories. I'm like, that's fair. Because they're not going to have simple times in the future. No one has simple times in the future from where they were at. The simple times, we don't appreciate as simple times until they're gone. Which is too sad. But I think if we recognize them as these are the simple times, they wouldn't mean as much to us, you know? I remember when I got my first lightsaber. It was a Walmart, because you could buy these at Walmart at the time. They were the Hasbro like flick fire or like flick to activate lightsabers, like the good quality ones. And the first one I ever got was a Qui-Gon Jinn style hilt, but the blade was blue because blue is my favorite color. I think my brother got a green one. Actually, no, my brother got a purple one because he liked purple. And there was like one or two purple ones, but I think he got an Obi-Wan Kenobi style hilt. And then he got a green one after that. We weren't allowed to have red because red was the bad guys and we weren't bad guys. Like, our parents refused to buy us bad guy stuff. I'm like, Mom, how are we supposed to tell our stories if we don't have a bad guy to beat up? You know? That's why whenever we played like in our neighborhoods as kids, whenever we played like Cowboys and Indians and stuff, I ended up always being like I don't know if I was always the villain, but I was always the guy like in trouble. Because I'm like, okay, we need to have the hero, we need to have the villain, we need to have the person that needs rescued. And I was just like, I wasn't always the one who needed rescued, but I was like, okay, I'll run the bit, you know? Because in my eyes, I was like, the person who needs rescued literally just gets to sit and do nothing, while everyone else has to run around in the heat. I'm like, I had a galaxy brain as a kid. I was like, literally all I have to do is just sit here in this air-conditioned room and do nothing until the person who's supposed to save me comes and saves me. Meanwhile, they're outside sweating and I can just like read a book or play on my Game Boy. It was great. See, kids, think smarter, not harder. sometimes being the victim isn't bad. Princess Peach has got it right. Welcome to the insanity that is my brain. I found out that my best friend, I found this out ages ago, but I found out that my best friend also loved Rescue Heroes, Nerf, Legos, and then the book series that I loved to read growing up called Redwall. He loved all of those, and I was like, oh, how are we the same person? And I never knew you existed until now. I'm glad we became friends. It's funny too because my other best friend, who was one of the youth leaders at my church for youth group, he worked with the middle schoolers, and I was in high school, but we played dodgeball together all the time when in downtimes, because I love dodgeball. Well, he was renowned and famous for being good at dodgeball, and I was also pretty good at dodgeball, and so we instantly became rivals. Well, then we became friends because of it. And then he was just like, oh yeah, we have a kind of a guys night thing where it's just we do extra stuff outside of youth group of if you guys had extra questions that couldn't get answered during youth group time, or you wanted to talk about stuff, things going on in your life, that sort of thing. It was just a guys hangout. And he was just like, yep, my wife and I, we open up our home. You can come and, help babysit my kids. And we'll go through scripture and stuff. It was a whole thing. I'm the only one of the original group that still hangs out with him. And we still have guys night all the time. But he was my best friend then and still is. But he brought my main best friend. He brought him to guys night one time. He was just a coworker of my friend Fuzzy, or Eric, I guess. But my best friend Wes worked with Fuzzy, and Fuzzy was like, hey, I'm gonna bring you to guys night some night. And so we did, and at first I didn't like Wes, this is how it goes with all of my people I've considered best friends. I don't start out liking them. I actually don't like them at all, or I am very indifferent to them. And then eventually, as I open up, because I'm a little shy at first, as I open up and just kind of get to know them more, then they become the best people ever. I love them to death. Apparently there's been a really bad wreck with multiple cars and 2 kids who stole a car, and there's at least 1 fatality. Ooh, that's not good. Over by that bridge? Dang. You've just got a lot of vehicular adventures going on over there. Yeah. Dang. That's sad. Almost 4 hours in and no shiny. What an interesting development. But anyway, that's how I met Wes. And now we're best friends. We literally have the same brain. It's honestly scary. But I was telling him the other day, I was like, if Fuzzy had never brought you to guys night and we had never met that way, we probably never would have been best friends. Because I was homeschooled and he was public schooled. And other than Boy Scouts, because we were both in Boy Scouts, I was like, other than Boy Scouts, I probably never would have interacted with you outside of guys night. There would have been no opportunities to meet you and become friends. And he's like, yeah, it's really weird that could have been a possibility. That we just because now I'm the godfather of his kid and the adoptive uncle of his kid. And I'm really good friends with his wife, and we all just hang out. She calls us Star Wars husbands because anytime any Star Wars content comes out that we want to watch, we literally will not watch it unless we watch it together. and we're not allowed to watch it unless we watch it with each other first. It sounded like they ran from the police, ran a stop sign, and hit and killed a driver, and the kids have been airlifted in critical condition. Oh, dang. Well, I hope they're okay. That's gonna suck for them. That they have to live with that now. I really hope they are okay though. That's a very unfortunate and not fun situation to be in. I hope they're okay. It really sucks that the driver was killed in the car that they crashed into. So yeah, not a fun situation. Did I ever tell you guys about the gal that I worked with at Chick-fil-A that ended up murdering someone? It was a weird situation. I don't have many like adventurous stories or like weird things that happen, but like the few that I do have, I always forget if I tell them or not. It's such a weird, it was a very weird situation to be in when I found out. Man, I'm gonna have to get more water here pretty soon. Shout out to the period of time in this game where I just stood there for like 15 minutes and did nothing. And then I was like, oh, why aren't I playing instead of talking? I'm getting in the zone. Auto zone. I wonder if the Pokemon will actually change if I'm in the marsh when the time change happens. Because I would, once this like session here is over and I have to like leave and come back, I'm just resetting again. But since it uses the internal clock, it will recognize like, oh hey, new Pokemon. Because I think it's probably considered evening, like early evening now, because it's 5 o'clock, basically. So I would assume that they like the early evening / like dusk Pokemon would be coming out soon. I don't know. Part of me really wishes that I've been doing this in Heart Gold and Soul Silver because I wanted that shiny Girafarig. One of my friends, or an acquaintance, I won't say anyone's a friend until, you know, we've at least hung out in real life at least once, or we've known each other forever. One of my Twitter / fellow streamer acquaintances, he was doing, I think it was Soul Silver, but he got the shiny Girafarig. I was like, oh, I'm so jealous. That's such a good shiny. Like, I know I've never used Girafarig before, but I love its shiny. That blue, like that shade of blue, oh, it's beautiful. Love it. Booyah. I wonder, I would love to set the goal of like trying to get to affiliate before September, which I think I will. I don't know. Depends on how much time I dedicate to it. But I would love to be able to do that. You know, September's only like, what, 4 months away? 3 months away? Because it's almost July. Yeah, it's about roughly 3. 2 to 3 months away. And so I think I could probably reach affiliate by September. It'd be really cool to get affiliate before my birthday. That'd be cool. I also need to fix like my donation page because I think I use Cash App for it or whatnot. And I'm like, I should probably use something else like PayPal or like Patreon or something. No, not Patreon. Although I have been tempted to set up a Patreon for like extra stuff. I probably will eventually, but not anytime soon because there's no need. Like it's not necessary, you know? Part of me really wants to get a pet axolotl. Not gonna lie. But I've heard that if they like escape and like get into the wild, they destroy the ecosystem because it's not their natural habitat or something, and they do stuff that just destroys the ecosystem. I'm like, that's horrifying. Thinking back to all those mudkip and whooper eggs that I released after hatching. Oof. I destroyed an entire ecosystem. But yeah, I think eventually, whenever I do because I do plan on doing a living dex in each of the Pokemon games. And I've said this before. Not every single Pokemon game. But like when it gets to the games that only have 2 instead of 3 versions, then I'll just pick my favorite version of that group or the one I've played the least of. So like example, Sword and Shield. I've played through Shield all the way. I would probably do a living dex in Sword because I've never played Sword. Same with Scarlet. I've never played Scarlet. I've played through Violet, but I haven't played through Scarlet yet. So that's probably what I would do a living dex challenge in. So that sort of thing. Also, it's dusk here. Yay. But I think that'd be really fun to do a living dex in Sword. And also like maybe a shiny living dex would be kind of cool. I don't know. I would definitely trade over my Ditto and then put it in the game to do Masudo method in. And I recently looked at my Masudo Ditto for Sword, or for Shield, because that was the one where it was in, and it did not have perfect IVs the way I thought it did. The one in Violet that I have has perfect IVs, but I was like, oh, I thought this thing had perfect IVs. It has like maybe 1, which is fine, because all I want are the shinies. I don't really care about the IVs, because you can hyper train now. But yeah, so Sword is definitely one I will do instead of Shield. Then Scarlet. I basically already did it in, what am I thinking of? I basically already did it in Let's Go. Speaking of Let's Go, I am still trying to find a horsey. I'm still trying to find this damn horsey in either Pokemon Go or I just have to bite the bullet and play through Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and just trade it over. I would rather just find one. You know? Like, finding one in Pokemon Go would be great. But across the 3 accounts that I have, I only actively use 1. But across the 3 that I have 1, and it's a shadow one. Or I think it's been purified, something like that. But it's untradeable, which I hate. I hate it so much. I'm like, no. And it's not like I can just grab one from like from one of these games and then trade it up. Because I really have no good way of doing that. Now, here's the thing. I probably, well, no, because it's a Let's Go game. Because I was going to say, I could probably just catch an extra one in Red and Blue Virtual Console, then trade it up, and then try to move it over, but I don't think that would work. Because you're essentially trying to trade a Gen 1 game to a Gen 1 game. I don't think they like that in Pokemon Home. Which is unfortunate, but you know. And also the search results, if you like tried to type them into Google of like, hey, could I transfer a Pokemon from Gen 1 Virtual Console to Let's Go, the results are not good. It might just be the wordage, I don't know, but it's like, ugh. Okay. Ding dong, your time is up. Okay, time to reset. And it's full. So in my mind, since it's full odds, there's really no reason not to reset, you know? Also, guys, I did just buy a couple of Pokemon Sitting Cuties from Pokemon Center, and I'm very excited for them to be here. One I've been wanting for ages. And then the other one, I actually don't remember what the other one was. Yo, okay, so I'm playing Pokemon Go at the same time. I just found a huge Dupiter. Or Dupiter, however you pronounce it. I pronounce it like they do in the anime, which is Dupiter. Which allegedly is the more accurate way of saying it. I don't know. But like, Dupiter. He's huge. Got him. There we go. And surprise, surprise, he has shitty stats. That's fine. I even went down, so here's how much I wanted this horsey, y'all. I went down to the Riverwalk, and I had, what was it? I had a rainy lure on 2 different Pokestops. I had a regular lure on another Pokestop. I had an incense going, and none of them popped up. I was like, gosh, dang it. I guess it was in the middle of like an event, but still. I was like, guys, I just want one horsey. That's all I want. I just want the one horsey. That's all I need. And no, never happened. I was there for like an hour too. I was like, dang. This is no bueno. No bueno. Let me look and see what that other person... Ooh, what does Mopix have? Paper Mario Color Splash for the Wii U? Yo. I've never really played the Paper Mario games, but I've heard that one's really good. Any DS games that I'd be interested in? Oh, Dragon Quest. That's Dragon Quest 4, I think. Yeah, Dragon Quest 4. Yo. How much for DQ4? Yeah, that's 4, because V is Roman numeral for 5. And the IV means 4, because the I is like -1, essentially. I don't know, Roman numerals are weird sometimes. They're cool. Like, I love learning about Roman numerals. Roman numerals. I love learning them. Except they can get very complicated. Very, very complicated. Barrel. Okay, let me. Ooh. Oh, never mind. Wow, really? No encounters? There we go. Quagsire. Out of morbid curiosity, I'm gonna see what that other DS saved, how much it costs. Just out of morbid curiosity, because I'm like, I wonder how much I would have saved if I ended up buying the other thing. Now chat, I do have the opportunity, or I could buy a what was it, the Game Boy Player disc for the GameCube. Good, but I'm not going to. Yeah, this other one's $300. No, thank you. Where's the other one? Here's this one. $400. Yeah, no. Okay, so like $200, $300, and $400 are roughly all in the same ballpark. They're all under 5. So I'm like, okay, that makes sense, I guess, for the pricing. I just didn't want to deal with that. It was a scam. Better safe than sorry, you know? There we go. Angela. What about a scam? Oh, I was just kind of reiterating of like, because I looked at those other DSs, those 20th anniversary Pokemon DSs, and one was $300 just loose, and the other one was $400 loose, but the $400 one had its faceplates. And I was like, okay, so they're all 3 of those that I looked at, including the one that was like a scam, like I thought may have been a scam, were kind of roughly in the same ballpark. But I didn't want to risk it just in case it was a scam. It may have been legitimate, but I didn't want to risk it. Was basically all I was talking about. Yeah, it's fine. I kind of do want to buy that Game Boy Player disc though, because it has the sleeve and everything, and I'm like, ooh, baby. Yeah, better be safe. Yeah. Especially like now, where people will try to scam you just because they want money. I'm like, no, let's not. Like the guy here in Wichita who was like, hey, here are these reproduction, like really bad quality reproduction Pokemon games, selling them at like beyond full price. I'm like, bro, these are fake games. Why are you selling them at full price? And then he was like getting all aggressive about it. And then he like made an aggro post on Facebook about it. So I went and I showed him screenshots of our conversation. I'm like, you're the only one getting mad here. I literally asked one question. Because I think I asked him was like, why are you selling a reproduction game for $70? It was like 60 or 70 bucks for like Crystal. I was like, why is this full price if it's reproduction? And his response was, I had no tone at all with the message, as far as I know. Like there wasn't any indication of like being aggressive or mean or anything. And his immediate response was, are you gonna bitch about it or are you gonna buy it? And I'm like, first of all, here's the thing. If you are a seller and you want people to buy your product, that is definitely not the way that you would want anyone to, that is not a way to attract customers, you know? That's not a way to sell your product, sir. I've been in customer service for 90% of my life. That is not how you gain a customer base. And then he made like an aggressive post about it on Facebook saying that like, and also he did not write in proper English. He spoke English, but wrote in like bad grammar, like not spelling words correctly. Like, I was basically talking about like all the people complaining about his games and how he thought it was so funny that people are getting riled up over Pokemon games. I'm like, in the grand scheme of things, yes, I get it, because at the end of the day, it's a piece of plastic with a game board inside of it. So like, obviously I'm not gonna threaten you over it. Like some people were genuinely threatening him for it. I'm like, okay, those guys are out of line. But he like showed screenshots of all of the conversations, like mocking the people, and mine was one of them. And I'm like, literally, I didn't say anything. I asked one question, and then you got mad at me. What do you want? And he never responded. And so every time I see his listings, because they're still up on Marketplace, every time I see his listings, I report them. Just because. Like, you wanna play stupid games? Win stupid prizes, my guy. People on Marketplace are wild, man. I saw someone selling a broken windshield. Like, the windshield literally had a hole in it, and it was advertised as windshield with hole in it. $200. Like, bro. What? And they weren't selling the car, they were selling the windshield. I'm like, first of all, how do you detach the windshield? Unless you're like a professional, like a professional like glass replacer or like screen replacer for cars and have the tools to do that. How does just a rando have the ability to do that? It made no sense to me. Chat, I gotta stand up for a second. Not as young as I once was. I can't be doing this whole sitting down for multiple hours without standing up. I used to be able to do that back when I was a kid. Not anymore. Four hours in and no shiny. Dang. Now, I might take a break later, like around 6 o'clock maybe. Because my mom will be coming home and I kind of want to hang out with her, but she has to do some studying and stuff. So I might just do this in here, just to give her some like quiet time, to where I'm not like talking with her all the time and bugging her. So I might just continue to stream. I don't know. I was thinking about taking a break for dinner. But at the same time, I'm also not that hungry. So who knows? We'll see how things are here in a little bit. But a nice little 4-hour stream, not bad. sit down now. Ignore all the chair noises. Ignore the chair behind that curtain. No shiny. Shiny Yanma would be really cool. I don't think I've actually ever seen shiny Yanmega, now that I think about it. I feel like I should have, but I haven't, as far as I remember. Barrel. Yo, why am I getting spam emails about Neopets? Neopets didn't care enough to email me in the last like 20 years about their website and about their stuff, and they're just now starting to care. Like, dang, y'all. Y'all remember Neopets? I wanted to collect Neopets a little bit as a kid. I wanted the monkeys. I forget what the monkeys are called, but I wanted the monkeys, and then I wanted the, it was like a tiger. I wanted a white tiger, but they also made him blue. I was like, that's cool. I want the blue one as well. Yeah. There we go. You had one, it's probably dead by now. Yeah. I think, see, okay, so I re-signed up for Neopets like maybe a year ago or something like that, along with my Wii. Oh, my Wii dogs are all dead. All of my Nintendogs and Wii dogs are completely dead. There's no chance that they're alive. Yeah. There's no way that these things exist anymore. But yeah, I think I re-signed up for it like maybe a year or so ago. But when I signed up for Neopets again, because I didn't remember my previous login, the website's very different now. You don't get like straight up a Neopet anymore. So like the website's completely weird. And like you can play the mini games and stuff still, but it costs like real money to do it. Cause you have to like get, yeah, it's like a slot machine almost. As far as I remember, it's kind of like a slot machine where you get coins and you can spend the coins on the games to play. And I think maybe you get like a recharge of coins or something per day, because there's no way that they would just milk money like that. But it was weird. I played it for all of like 30 minutes and I'm like, okay, this, it's not as fun as I remember it being. And allegedly there was like a Neopets show or something like that. And I'm like, I need to watch this. I wish they made an actual like good Neopets game, like a video game, because as far as I know, the only Neopets video game they have, at least for Nintendo, is a DS game where it's like a puzzle, like I think it's just straight up a puzzle game. It's either a puzzle game or it's a like a Candy Crush type game. I'm like, no, I just want a game kind of like Pokemon where I go and I collect Neopets. That's it. I just want Neopets. Just give me that. Release a Neopets game on the Switch, you cowards. I think it'd be really cool where they did kind of like a system, almost like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, where you answered a few questions and then they matched you up with like, this is the Neopet that we think would best suit you. But if that's one that you didn't like, then you could just choose one. I think that'd be a really fun like beginning to the game. And like it could be almost like Pokemon where you can go around, you have your Neopet, you take care of it and stuff, but then you can like either earn money in game to go and buy more Neopets, or you find Neopets out in the wild and you can like catch them or adopt them or whatever. That's the kind of Neopet game I would like to play. And then you can still do like the whole dressing up stuff, entering them in contests, taking them for walks, all that stuff. Kind of like Nintendogs. But like, and then like do all the mini games and stuff. Or alternatively, the Neopets game is you are a Neopet in a Neopet world. And it's kind of like a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, where you are a Pokemon in a world of Pokemon. And you just, you know, you do all the Neopet stuff as a Neopet. That would be fun. But sadly, we have no Neopet love. If Angry Birds can get a Nintendo 3DS title release, then why can't Neopets? Like a good one. I don't understand this. I kind of want to like make my own like monster collector game, kind of like Pokemon and the Yokai Watch and all that stuff, kind of like that. But I would also turn it into like maybe a farm sim. Because I think it'd be really fun to like combine the idea, or like combine the two concepts of Pokemon and like Harvest Moon, where you have a farm, you take care of it and stuff, you have your Pokemon or your monster or whatever, and you can whenever you go to like mine and stuff, you either your monster can help you mine, or your monster can help you fight other monsters / catch other monsters while you're in the mine. So I guess you could kind of do it as a almost like Pal World, almost, because Pal World kind of does that, where your pals can help you throughout the day with like mining, harvesting wood, all that stuff. But I would like just like an 8-bit, or just like kind of like in this graphics with like sprites and stuff. Or even like 2D HD. Or HD 2D, however the phrasing is. But like, man, we need more like good monster collector games. Or like pet collecting games. I hear like Slime Rancher is really fun. I hear Slime Rancher is really fun. There's that new one that's coming out that I have no idea what it is. They announced it on the Direct, but basically it's a farm sim, but you grow crops that they hatch your monsters. So like your crops are your monsters, and it's basically Pikmin after that. I'm like, okay, that's weird. I mean, someone's gonna enjoy the game, I hope. For the amount of money that it takes to produce a video game, and then put it on the Nintendo DS, and be able to advertise it through the Nintendo Direct, yeah, I would hope that someone enjoys the game. I'm just very partial to Pokemon. What they need to do is they need to make a dolphin MILF simulator. Not necessarily a dating sim, but like, you know. It could be like The Sims, maybe. Nah, I don't know. I don't know what style of game it could be. Because every single dating game that or like dating sim that I've looked at or tried to play is all like a story. What's that style of gaming? What's the style of game? It's like visual novel. It's almost like a visual novel. I'm like, that's cool and all, but I don't like that. If there was a dating sim, I would prefer it to be more 3D, you know? Like you can walk around and interact with the world instead of like going on a linear path. An open world dating sim, let's go. I don't know if the world's ready for that. Did y'all see that what was it, the KFC dating sim game that they came out with? I was like, holy balls, that's bold. That is a bold choice. But people went wild for it. It was right after the Dream Daddy game came out as well. I don't know if it's by the same people. I don't think it is. I know people went wild for Dream Daddy too. And like one of the streamers that I watch / YouTubers I watch, Ray, he's a voice actor in it. And I've been watching Ray since the early Achievement Hunter days. Which we don't talk about. We don't talk about Achievement Hunter. Barrel. Yeah. Do you think in the new, if they ever make a new Tomodachi Life, do you think that they would, do you think they'd like let you be able to date whoever you want? Or like have the dating pool be like completely free reign, sort of a thing? Because I know that's like a big thing. That's why Coral Island was so popular when it, well, actually is still so popular, because first of all, the art style, really good. The concept, really good. But then also the dating aspect is like literally almost like 90% of the islanders are dateable and everyone's bi. So it doesn't matter what you choose when you first start out to play as, you can basically date anyone in that game. Now, granted, there are people that you can't date, like, you know, people who are already married and, you know, kids, which thank you for not letting us do any of that gross stuff. But there's some really hot people in that game. Not gonna lie. There's some hotties. Very attractive people. And I'm just like, this is the only way that I'll ever find love, is through video game. I will vicariously live my love life that I've always wanted to through my video game character. That's a healthy way to live. No, it's fine. It's funny, y'all. What if they made a I just said the word. It's the novel, not fantasy novel, but like the novel style of gaming. Visual novel. What if they made a visual novel game of The Office? How funny would that be? I'm actually genuinely surprised that they don't have something like that, either for PC or Xbox or something. I think that'd be really interesting. You could be like the new guy in the office and you like just meet all of the office characters and you just have a visual novel where you just like go through like work days at the office, and like you could have Jim and You could have Jim and Dwight's like shenanigans happening. You could have Michael dressing up as a prison Mike, fighting off Dementors and stuff as like a mini game. That'd be funny. You have Andy in there, that'd be really fun. Nard Dog. Not gonna lie, chat, I'm getting a little tired. I think it's just because I've been sitting here for so long. Because like when I stood up a few minutes ago, I was like, oh, okay, let the blood rush through me again. I might do the whole thing where I take a break briefly, and then come back in like an hour or so. But I'll wait until I know what Mom is planning on doing. I'm also not very hungry, so I don't know about food for tonight. Because if Mom's just gonna like do her studying that she needs to do, then I'm going to just keep streaming. And if, because I just texted her to ask her like, hey, what's your plan for when you get back to the house? And if she says that she's going to do studying and stuff, and like that's gonna be a thing because she's trying to hit books really hard. If that's gonna be a thing that she wants to do, then I will probably, then I will probably just take like a brief break for like an hour. Maybe take like a 15-minute nap so I'm not tired anymore, and then get some more water, all that stuff. She's just now leaving work. Okay. So there's the plan. I will, because it's 5:36 right now. I know most people are like getting off work soon and like probably going and like getting dinner and like getting dinner prepped and stuff. So I'll probably like come back here in a little bit after. Mom's on her way now. She's just not leaving work. It'll take her like 20-30 minutes to get here. I think I'll do a few more encounters and then I will call it for temporarily. I'll be back later, like in an hour, you know. But I think I'm gonna take like a short break for like dinner, just kind of stretching my legs, all that stuff. So I'll do like, I'll say 6 more encounters. Why not? 6 more encounters and then I'll take a brief break. And you know, unless a shiny pops up. How crazy would it be if a shiny did pop up? I also need more water. I also don't know if I'm gonna mow today or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Because as far as I know, unless my best friend like drops plans on me at the last minute, as far as I know, I'm not doing anything tomorrow. So, you know, just probably do like the few things around the house that I gotta do and then mow. Or not mow, and then stream. Would love that. So that was my first encounter. Here's my second one. Run away! Boom, boom. There we go. No blue bug. No blue bug. Isn't a Quagsire pink for the shiny? I think Quagsire's pink. Yeah, I think next year for Safari Week, I will actually, depending on where I work, I might actually block off the entire week to stream and ask off work for that. Maybe I'll take vacation pay or something like that. So that'll be a thing. And then I think I'll try to dual stream, like stream both like two games. I don't know which games, but try to stream both of those. We'll see. We will see. I'm also like really excited at the prospect of shiny hunting Snorlax in Let's Go. Not gonna lie. I'm very excited for that. Actually, I'm partially excited, partially not excited because he's in, what was it? Cerulean Cave. And Cerulean Cave is bad for shinies in my opinion, because there's already so many like sparkly things happening, and it's like if it's something that does not look like it changes color that much, then it's gonna be really hard to see it. So, and right now I'm saying prepare for several failed shinies in that shiny living dex. It's going to happen. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's gonna happen. Like, oh man, I dread the shiny fails in that. Wooper. Oh, I almost reached for my water bottle to get a drink again, and I was like, I don't have any water. I'll do one more encounter, and then I'll call it. Man, we almost made it to 5 hours. Dang, almost a 5-hour stream. That's pretty good. Not gonna lie. All right, it's not a shiny. All right, y'all, I'm going to take a brief, well, not a brief break. I'm going to take like an hour break. So it's like 5:43 now. Let's say like 6:45 6:45, roughly my time, which is Central Time. If you don't know what that is in your time, Google exists. So I'm going to take about an hour break for like dinner and stuff. If you guys need to eat your dinners and all that stuff, and I will be back. I might be back a little bit sooner, but I will try to make it like 6:30, 6:45-ish. All right. So I will see you guys then. And hopefully we catch a shiny. Who knows? All right, I'll see you guys.